Good morning. For the record, today's date is Tuesday, March 26, 2024, and I close the meeting to order. At this time, we'll have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Clerk of the board, we have a roll call, please.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Chairman Villapadua?
Here.
And for the record, Supervisor Ding is absent at this time.
Great, thank you very much. We will now have a recognition and presentations. Clerk of the board.
So our first recognition this morning is of professional diver Juan Heredia for his historic efforts, and I would like to ask if Mr. Heredia is here today to receive this recognition. And this is being presented to Mr. Heredia in recognition of your remarkable selflessness in answering the call to search for a drowning victim in Stockton, which reflects the true essence of heroism. As a professional diver, you exemplified unwavering compassion and determination by answering a mother's plea for help, with your actions potentially bringing some closure to a grieving family and our community. Your willingness to step forward and confront the most challenging of circumstances with grace and bravery serves as an inspiration to us all, reminding us of the power of empathy and the profound impact of one individual's unwavering commitment to others. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you for your heroic efforts presented this 26th day of March 2024. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Well, Juan and Mercedes, I know that you guys have been valued members of the community working for Comandantes. And Juan, your act of heroism was truly amazing. What you did for that family to find their son is truly remarkable. And I want to thank you for the peace you brought to the community. Everybody was really worried about that young man, and your efforts were amazing. And I know your wife and your family were very instrumental in helping. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for recognizing me. But God put me in the position, in that line. I know the department did a lot of work for a few days, and they did a great job. Yeah. And God put me in that place. I was able to bring to the family the closure. But the more important, that I think this case being Stockton, right, close, from teenagers to adults, and I think that's the more important for us as a city to bring our community together.
Yes, absolutely. Mercedes, would you like to say a few words?
Well, I want to say that I'm very proud of my husband. When somebody approached him and said, "Oh my God, you're my hero," and he said, "No, I'm not a hero. A hero is somebody that saves lives. A hero is a nurse, a doctor." He said, "I am simply a diver that brought closure to the mom and was able to bring their son home." And when he said that, I was moved, by his words. I know he's very humble, and he wasn't expecting any of that. The night before, he was expecting, I'm going to go do my best. And it was in his mind, if I have to search for a day or two, I will find this, young boy and bring him home. And he found him in such a short amount of time. And after all the publicity, he was overwhelmed. He didn't expect that. He was like, I've done this before, and it was a thank you and have a great day. Right. So it did bring our community together. The GoFundMe went above and beyond for this family. Everybody knows funerals are expensive, and our community really made it nationwide for this heroic effort. And very proud of my husband, so thank you.
Well, we're all proud of him, and I know members of the board would like to comment. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Chairman. Juan, thank you. And I agree with you, and I am a firm believer that God puts you in a place where you can use your talent and best help out, and this is a prime example of that. And, thank you for what you did for the family. We all appreciate it. And God bless you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Juan, I know you in a friendship manner, and this is an example of your leadership, not only in your industry, but in the community. And there's an opportunity. There was a struggle. There's a family member missing, and that's a tragedy unfolding. And just to go in and risk. I mean, listen, that water's murky. It's dangerous. You never know where you're going to get tangled up into, who knows what's underneath that water. So, and it really does speak for The ability to put yourself at risk, and even honestly finding a body underwater, the visibility is what, 8 to 12 inches, barely anything. So finding another person is pretty frightful as it is, as well as a daunting task. But you stepped up and you helped and you did serve your community, and you did it for a mother, for a grieving family. And that was a very altruistic effort, and you stepped up to do it. So we all truly appreciate you. It's a great example of a community coming together, but your actions really symbolized how one person can make a difference for many people and within our community. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Thank you, Juan. You are a hero. I mean, that's, you could have sat on your couch and did nothing, but you stepped up, and it just goes to show the boating and waterways. My nephew works out there, and we need a dive team. So for you to provide closure to the family is huge. For you to put your own life at risk to jump in that water, I mean, obviously it's murky because it's running so fast, it's cold. So thank you from the Board of Supervisors for stepping up and being a hero. I know you're humble and you don't see it that way, but for us up here to do that and to know how much it's not easy to jump in that water and find somebody was absolutely amazing and a miracle. So thank you.
Can I ask you guys to join me for a picture, please? We're going to take a picture.
You need more cameras. Scott, you got it? Hey, God bless you. Appreciate it.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you. Our next recognition was requested by District 5 Supervisor Rickman, and this is the commendation of retiring Ripon Consolidated Fire District Chief Dennis Bitters, who I would like to invite down to the podium as I read the commendation. Chief Dennis Bitters, Fire Chief of the Ripon Consolidated Fire District, began his career with the district in 1982 as a volunteer firefighter while working for Ripon Farm Services as an operations manager. He was already known as an accomplished regulatory affairs director and risk manager and qualified hazardous materials specialist in his industry. And whereas during his 9 years as a volunteer firefighter, he received promotions to lieutenant and captain while becoming a state certified emergency medical technician. In 1990, he was recruited for a full-time career position with the district. This meant giving up rank and starting over. He rose to battalion chief by 1992, gaining responsibility for all regulatory and safety compliance for the district and the duties of fire prevention and inspections. In 1993, Dennis was promoted to second in command, assistant chief, and appointed fire marshal for the district. And whereas after serving as interim fire chief for just 4 months in 2003, Dennis was appointed as the district's 7th fire chief since its formation in 1921. To this date, Chief Bitters is the only person to serve in every rank in the district and has the second longest length of service, currently at 42 years, and his tenure as chief is now more than 21 years. During his time, he has continued to manage an extremely efficient and high-service fire district, covering an area of 56 square miles, including the city of Ripon, the only fire district providing ambulance transport service and celebrating 50 years of service in 2024. The district is one of only 3 fire agencies in San Joaquin County offering advanced life support service. And whereas during his tenure as a fire chief, Chief Bitters has become highly regarded by his peers and known throughout the state for his accomplishments and service. He served as the Operational Area Fire Coordinator for San Joaquin County for 17 years, responsible for the deployment of all fire resources, personnel, and apparatus from San Joaquin County into the state mutual aid system to disaster call-out requests for assistance from other states and counties. and has served in leadership roles for disaster responses throughout the state as a strike team leader or division supervisor over 22 times. He has achieved too many qualifications to list through the California Incident Command Certification System and the Office of State Fire Training. And whereas during his years of his professional service, Dennis was heavily involved in his community, serving on the City Council, Ripon Redevelopment Agency, San Joaquin County Solid Waste Board, Ripon Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, Ripon Police Activities League, San Joaquin County Red Cross Chapter, Ripon Rotary, as well as serving on numerous professional and technical associations. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby commend Chief Dennis Bitters for his 42 years of outstanding service with the Ripon Fire District and in San Joaquin County and throughout the state of California. Presented this 26th day of March 2024. Chairman and Supervisor.
Thank you, Rochelle. And Chief, thank you for being here. I mean, we could go on and on and on. What your record is very, very impressive. I know your wife is here. You're welcome to come down if you wish. I put you on the spot. But I'm going to turn it over to you. Say a few words.
Okay. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for having me here and for this recognition. For the Honorable Board of Supervisors, I appreciate everything that you've done for me and with me. And, you know, people ask several times the questions you get asked once you say the big R word. People ask, how did you do this, and how were you successful? What was the cause for you to be able to do the things you did? And it's really about the people you work with. It's the people that you work with on the streets, the people that work for you, they're responsible to you, and the people that I'm responsible to. So that's the public, and it's also the elected officials. And I appreciate this board and past boards that have supported me and my fellow fire chiefs in our endeavor to deliver the best services that we can to the people that we serve. I've been called a hero, but more importantly, I've served with many heroes, and such people like Juan is a perfect example who just come up and do the job. It's not that they're not scared; it's that they're scared and they don't show it when it counts. And from the fire service to law enforcement, the EMS, I've really had the pleasure to work with a lot of really great people who have done really great things, all selflessly. So I appreciate this honor, and I appreciate the recognition, and I'm looking forward to moving on to the next phase of my life. So thank you very much for the recognition.
You know, thank you, Chief, for everything that you've done. And, you know, it's been my honor. It's nice to be able to go to Ripon and just hang out, go over there and talk to you at the fire station. And I can tell you that the community loves you. I mean, you have such a great reputation, and a lot of that is due not just, you know, what you do for your profession, but you as a person. You have your beautiful wife and your beautiful family that also calls Ripon home. So I just want to thank you for everything that you've done. And, you know, we all work for this end, right? Retirement. And, you know, please enjoy your time out of the fire service, out of public safety, and just spend quality time with your family. Yeah, I'm still going to be in Ripon. Give me a holler. We can go fishing or go have a beer or something like that. I'm always available for that. But again, congratulations, and I'm going to turn it over back to our chairman.
Supervisor Ripon, thank you for bringing Chief Bitters' retirement. Chief, I want to tell you, 42 years of service is amazing. Your resume was long and impressive, and hope you have the best retirement. And I know that in retirement, you're going to enjoy not talking to him anymore. So you're really going to be happy. No, but thank you for your years of service. And I know you and Chief Martell have been at all our board meetings the last 8 years. I really appreciate the support we received from you and Chief Martell, and you've been a good friend, and I really appreciate it. Supervisor Patty, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, I mean, 42 years, that's remarkable. It really, truly is, because so many people, there's a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety comes with a lot of time you see things or have to do things that have caused hardships in people's lives. And it's a testament to your wife, your family, and to you, the dedication to the community to be there and serve for 42 years in the myriad of capacities that you had. It's a reflection of you and your character and your dedication, and we appreciate that. It's been an example for for other chiefs, for others that you've mentored that will soon be chiefs and battalion leaders themselves. So thank you for setting that great standard here in San Joaquin County in your district. I'm certain that working with the men and the women in your departments throughout that time has been the greatest pleasure and one of the joys of your job. But we appreciate that dedication. So thank you, sir.
Supervisor Ding.
When you said 42 years, I think 42 years, let me do the math. Is that when man landed on the moon? Was that? No, it was only 1982, which is yesterday, right? 42 was, forever and ever ago. Thank you for your service. You're why we're here. I mean, public service, public safety is our number one priority, and we appreciate your dedication and service. Thank you.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Here's a retirement question. Hopefully you cloned yourself so that somebody could step up and do the same amazing job. The other thing that I've learned in this position is all the acronyms that they just spewed in your accomplishments, and it's absolutely crazy what you've done in your 42 years of service. I mean, something to be very proud of. Your wife obviously putting up with you for 42 years is a testament also. So enjoy your retirement, and thank you for sharing your lives with us. So appreciate it.
Will the board please join us for a photo? Secretary of the board, we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is the proclamation of March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Felicia Woolfolk, Heart of the Valley Chapter American Red Cross CEO, and Nancy Houghton, board member, to the podium to receive this proclamation. And I would also like to invite our partner, Deputy Director of OES, Tiffany Cacho, down as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to recognize the compassion of San Joaquin residents and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas American Red Cross Month acknowledges those who assist locally in San Joaquin County, working tirelessly to help in times of disaster, when someone needs life-saving blood or the comfort of a helping hand, providing round-the-clock support to members of the military, veterans, and their families, and teaching life-saving classes in CPR, aquatic safety, and first aid. And whereas last year, volunteers in San Joaquin County installed 65 smoke alarms, collected 11,153 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 5,161 residents, and assisted 209 families of our armed forces. And whereas last year in San Joaquin County, volunteers serviced 350 clients affected by home fires and disasters by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. And whereas our community depends upon the American Red Cross, which relies on donations of time, money, and blood to fulfill its humanitarian mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2024 as American Red Cross Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission, presented this 26th day of March 2024. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to thank everything the Red Cross does for our community. You think about everything that goes on in our world, you guys are always there for us, and you're always providing shelter and food and services that our community desperately needs. So thank you very much. We'd like to say a few words.
Good morning, Board of want to thank you on behalf of the Red Cross. We could not do the work that we do without our wonderful community. So thank you for this proclamation today.
I just also want to mention that 90% of our work is done by volunteers. So any and all of you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
I just put something little together. The Red Cross has been a crucial partner for the county for several years, whether it was assisting fire agencies and residents after local structure fires, or as a partner for us with our care and shelter activities, most recently in the 2023 storms. Having had the privilege of working alongside the Red Cross during these times of disasters, I've witnessed firsthand the impacts of their efforts. Working with the Red Cross isn't merely about providing aid, it's about personifying the spirit of service. It's standing with those affected, offering not just material assistance, but a sense of solidarity and comfort in times of chaos. Whether it's distributing essential supplies, providing medical care, or offering emotional support, the actions by Red Cross are fueled by the dedication and commitment to humanity. Volunteers from all walks of life come together, united by a common goal to alleviate suffering and rebuild lives. Working with the Red Cross isn't just about responding to disasters, it's about having and investing in the future of our community. It's messy, chaotic, and emotionally draining, but it's about making a difference. Looking back on our partnership with the Red Cross during the 2023 winter storms, I'm filled with a sense of appreciation. It's a reminder of the power of collaboration and community, and there's no challenge we can't overcome.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have some of our boards speak up. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess since 1881 was it Clara Barton's had started the American Red Cross, and that tradition has carried on, and what a great example of that continuity to make sure that there's outreach in the community, there's support, there's a presence that even with or without disasters, there's still that level of continuity. That's something that's needed, whether it's blood donations or springing into action during a difficult and challenging time. So we thank you for the continuation of the legacy and the service and the dedication through American Red Cross.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Yeah, the floods last year was January 1st, and we didn't even know where all the evacuees from Thornton, where they were going yet. We were trying to set up the shelter at the Baptist church there in Lodi, and it's January 1st. I mean, a lot of people are out of town doing different things, and Red Cross had to get a truck out of Modesto to go over to a different storage unit to pick it all up, but it got done. And it was there before anybody showed up. But I got to tell you my favorite Red Cross story real quick. And it was 1987 when we blew Sugar Cut out at the levees. And it was about 2 hours prior to the levee going, and there was a Red Cross truck sitting up on the levee, and it's pouring rain, and there's construction workers and farmers and everybody all over the place. And so we go up there, and Red Cross is serving chili. And we sat there in the mud, and it was the best chili we'd ever had in our entire lives. So, yeah, from A to Z, you do it all. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both for being here, and thank you to all the volunteers, as you mentioned, make up the Red Cross. Red Cross is such a great organization. So, usually the first organization that shows up when when you need them the most, be it the campfires up north or Orville, the dam, the fires that we've experienced down south, and knock on wood, the floods that we've had here in San Joaquin County. And as Supervisor Ding mentioned, when we had the floods and our districts were affected the most, and when we had the evacuees, you guys were there. But it doesn't take a huge disaster like that for you guys to show up. It could be a house fire, and the whole entire family dispersed, and you show up to help out, and that is instrumental to these families that are suffering from not knowing how they're going to have their next meal, where they're going to sleep that night. So thank you both, and thank you to all the volunteers, and thank you to Red Cross for what you do, not just for San Joaquin County or the state, but the entire nation. We appreciate it.
Vice Chair Canepa.
I just wanted to echo the sentiments that have been said. It's kind of one of those out of sight, out of mind things, and I think it's important that you are here to celebrate it because it's a ploy for more volunteers and people to step up. People always ask, what can I do? What can I do? This is a perfect example of what you can do. And you guys help people when the things are at their worst. So I appreciate that. Obviously the blood drive, it was interesting. 209 families of our armed forces. That was pretty inconvenient, the little 209 dig in there. So, but thank you for what you do and the people that you help, I think is a testament to what the Red Cross has done for many, many years. So thank you.
Can I have the board join me for a photo, please? Clerk of the board, do we have the next recognition, please?
Thank you. Our next recognition is the proclamation of April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite District Attorney Ron Freitas and representatives from the Family Justice Center, Victim Witness, and Prevail down to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in the community. And whereas the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Family Justice Center provides a hub for services in the county, comprising of valuable partners such as Victim Witness, Prevail, Chest of Hope, San Joaquin County Office of Education, Community Medical Center, Probation Department, San Joaquin County Pride Center, Law Enforcement, Child Abuse Prevention Council, and numerous others, demonstrating the collective commitment to provide victim-centered services. And whereas the theme of 2024 Sexual Assault Awareness Month is Building Connected Communities, a campaign that helps us reduce the likelihood of sexual abuse, assault, and harassment in our communities. And whereas sexual violence undermines communities with over half of women and almost 1 in 3 men having experienced sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes, and 40% of all transgender people having experienced sexual assault at least once. And whereas this type of violence has an impact beyond the individual as racism, sexism, classism, heterosexism, ageism, ableism, and other oppressive systems contribute to higher rates of sexual harassment, assault, and abuse. And whereas we must strive to create strong, connected communities that take care of one another, making decisions to ensure the safety and well-being of all members, thereby contributing to the prevention of sexual violence worldwide. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, reaffirming our commitment to building connected communities and working collectively to prevent sexual violence. Presented this 26th day of March 2024. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Dave Freitas, thank you for bringing this forward. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman Villapudua, Vice Chairman Canepa, Assistant County Administrator Regalo, members of the board for this opportunity. This may be the District Attorney's proclamation, but I have a great team, and I'm glad that they're joining me here today to be part of this proclamation because it is that important. And thank you very much for the proclamation declaring that April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sexual assault in any form or sexual contact or behavior that happens without the explicit consent of a victim is sexual assault. It's a problem that doesn't discriminate, like the clerk of the board pointed out. Women are victims, men are victims, even children are victims. Chances are it's already happened to someone you know and who has not told their story yet. It's important to note that sexual assault can happen anywhere to anyone, at home, on the streets, at night, or even out when they're having fun. As the clerk of the board just mentioned, the numbers are staggering. Half of women have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 3 men, 47% of transgender individuals will experience sexual violence in their lifetimes. The Center for Disease Control have figured out that the cost of one rape victim is over $122,000 for medical expenses and criminal justice activities. We believe there are thousands of incidents happening in this county alone that people are too afraid to come forward, and we want to change that. My office takes these cases seriously, and we hold offenders accountable by investigating and prosecuting them. We also provide them services through our victim witness advocates and our Family Justice Center. We address the needs of all sexual assault victims by providing essential services through this Family Justice Center and the Victim Witness Division. Collaboratively, we work with many stakeholders in our community. Stakeholders such as Prevail, Chest of Hope, County Office of Education, United Way, Community Medical Center, Probation, San Joaquin Pride Center, law enforcement, many that were just mentioned by the board. And together, we're working to end this epidemic. But we also just don't focus on prosecution, we focus on education. So this month, we have several events that we ask you to participate in and recognize. On April 2nd, it's Wear Teal Day, teal being the color for sexual assault awareness. We also have our Victim Rights Week, which begins on April 22nd, and we invite you to our opening ceremonies and the events that will be conducted through them. April 24th is Wear Denim Day, and that's to recognize sexual assault victims. And we culminate it on Friday, April 26th, with our luncheon, which will be held outside of the district attorney's office, and we'll be recognizing survivors, our victim survivors in the community. And we'll continue the theme of building connected communities. Also today, I'm very excited to be announcing that we're going to be rolling out a new program this summer, which is our Safe Bar program. SAFE being an acronym for Sexual Assault Free Environment for our bars and restaurants. There's no truth to the rumor that's informally called Have a Drink with Ron, but it is a program that's going to be put in place so that individuals can go out and know that they will be safe and that they can enjoy themselves without the fear of sexual assault and sexual violence. There's many parts to this program. We'll just touch on them briefly, but there's a training that will be provided to establishments. There's stop tops that will be given to individuals so they can put on their drink to make sure that their drinks are never spiked, roofied, or tampered with in any way. A safety code will be put in place, a QR code in secure facilities such as the restrooms, where individuals can in fact use their phones and get information on how they can get help. A code word will be established with the restaurant establishment so that they will be aware if an individual is being sexually assaulted or sexually harassed. This training program will also develop a certification process so people know that when they go to an establishment that this establishment is certified and meets the district attorney's standards. This is the first in the state and maybe even in the nation to combine all of these components. And we're very excited that we are going to be rolling this out for San Joaquin County and for our constituents first. Isn't it important as a parent, as a father, as a grandfather, that you know that your children can go to an establishment and know that they will be protected and kept free from sexual predators? So it also sends out our message, the message that we have for this entire month, which is that our victims are not alone. And it also knows that we are watching out for them. So I have some individuals, I know I enjoy talking, but some other individuals from my office would like to say a few words for us. So if we can have our director from the Family Justice Center, Alexis Wilbert, say a few words, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Villapudua and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Ron, for bringing this to the public's attention. I'm going to pass it over to Jessica, who's one of our victim witness advocates, shortly. And the Safe Bar program was a product of her brain, and she can go through why she's passionate about it and the importance. But really what this program and what declaring this month as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, it just goes to the heart of the Family Justice Center. And that's to give a voice to people who have often felt that they don't have a voice and to recognize that victimization can happen to anybody. So with that, I'll pass it over to Jessica, and thank you again for your time.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking, so forgive me. I just wanted to kind of highlight the importance of what this program means to me, what it means to my team that helped me put this vision alive. And I'm going to share a little story to kind of put that in perspective. 7 years ago, there was a girl who went to a bar with some friends after a concert just to have a girls' night out, have some fun. Being safe, but while at the bar, she's sexually accosted, touched inappropriately, lewd comments made to her, against her, and then followed around the bar to the point where she felt uncomfortable, and a bystander had to come in and intervene. And then she left and never went out again to that kind of establishment. 7 years later, that same girl is at another establishment in her hometown, and she's in the bathroom, and she sees a flyer on the bathroom stall, and it says, "Do you feel unsafe? Please come ask us for help. We can help you." And that light bulb kind of goes off in her mind, and she says, "Where was this 7 years ago?" And then she brings it back to her team that she works at. And if you can't tell, that girl in that story is me. So, while my story pales in comparison to many of the stories that I hear as an advocate working with survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, et cetera, those experiences stick with people. From as minute as mine to the most horrific sexual assault experiences. But sadly, my story is not unique. When I do share that story with people, a lot of the times I hear, "Oh, that happened to me too. I went through something like that." And probably many of the people in this room have experienced something very similar to that. So for me, as an advocate, how this program rolls into that is so often our work is reactionary. We meet victims, we meet survivors after the worst experience of their life. So the mentality is, what can we do to help empower people so that way we're helping them before they lose their voice, before they lose their power. And that's the whole purpose behind this program and why it's so important to us. That's it. Thank you again. And I also want to say a huge thank you to my team that helped me develop this, and my DA Ron for having the belief and vision in it to help support it. So thank you.
We have some of our community partners with us here. So Elizabeth Prevail, Kristen. Who got the message and wore teal today. So
yes. Yeah. He said he ordered his tie already, so yes. I forgave him for today. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to have us here. I just want to share that, as you may know, Prevail every April leads a campaign called the Teal Sand Project. We have amazing partners like the Family Justice Center, the District Attorney's Office, so many nonprofits, and also businesses in that community who allow us to come to their location and pour some teal sand in the ground and sidewalk at their location. I know it's just sand, but really it represents our agencies, our community coming together to fill the gaps for services for victims of of sexual assault. So thank you for letting us paint San Joaquin County teal this April. This is only a symbol, but by doing it, you're allowing for that conversation, for that question to happen, and maybe somebody will get the help they needed through that. So thank you so much for painting San Joaquin County teal this April.
As you can see how important this work is. And thank you very much for recognizing it, recognizing these individuals, how hard they work, and thank you so much for the changes you're making in our community and what we're going to do to make this community safe for everyone. So thank you.
Well, dear friends, I want to tell you that all the programs we're bringing forward are very helpful. I know there's a lot of victims out there, and your team is working hard. I can tell they're passionate about victims' rights, and it is an epidemic, and I'm glad we're really making this a proclamation. So I know the supervisor would like to comment. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chairman. As a father of a daughter, and as many people here have young girls in their lives, the importance of this and that awareness is paramount for their safety. Any preventative measures that could be shared. I mean, I constantly have to talk to my daughters like, sweetheart, that's not appropriate to walk out the door. And she in her young teenage years thinks it's just fine, it's cute, it's fun. But, actually, sweetheart, that's not how you want to dress when you go out because it can be too provocative. So, messaging, important things, how to protect drinks, all of these things. We can all tell many stories of family members that somebody spiked their drink and a friend rescued them when they saw something escalating and going out of that person's control. But more importantly is the recognition of this partnership, bringing this forward, what we can do different, better, or more. D.A. Freitas, you're exemplifying that. It's not as if you aren't busy. It's not as if just across the street there's an offices and caseloads and everything that you guys do on a constant basis. But instead, you're looking at like, what more can we do? How can we engage with the public? How can we bring something to a heightened level of awareness for prevention? And not only that, but for that support. So we appreciate and applaud the efforts. We're glad to be mild partners, but we're witnessing this great action by all of you, and we appreciate it, and you've got our gratitude for it. Thank you.
Supervisor.
Vice Chair Canova.
Yes, the sad reality is that there's so many predators out there. And thank you for sharing your story, because obviously your story will help change the future of other victims. The stats, again, are just alarming, how many people are victims of some type of sexual assault, and then how many of them that aren't recorded is probably the even more alarming thing. So thank you what you do and the partnerships that we have in the county. And, if we could just get the education out and make people more informed. It's sad that we do have to do this, but it's a vital role that I think you all play. So job well done.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, D.A. Freitas and your team, and for what you guys do. It's great that we have this here today for one, to make awareness of sexual assaults. Supervisor Canepa mentioned the stats, and I don't think people realize how often it does happen, and it's horrible. And one thing I appreciate about you, D.A. Freitas, and your team is, taking care of victims. So often you hear on the news nothing about the victim, but you hear about the poor suspect or the predator, and and just the excuses why this person did this. And it's refreshing to see in this county that we have a message. If you're going to break the law, you're going to do this heinous crime, we're coming after you. We're going to come after you with everything that we have from this board, and we have a DA, and that's going to prosecute you and put you in prison. But also, you look at the physical, emotional cost of what happens in sexual assaults, and we have a team here to help folks. And also the safety side. It's also refreshing to have a sheriff with Pat Withrow that, we have concealed weapon permits here, and for those who want to protect themselves, they have an opportunity to do so. So I think that's something that people need to realize also in this county, that we do have concealed weapon permits, and, it's an option for individuals. So thank you all for what you do, and God bless you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Ron. My biggest question, is Christina wearing teal, or are you both wearing teal?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the color. Okay, I'm going to be using that word. Let's have a teal day. Since it is awareness, day, July 1st, and Ron, you talked about it in bars and restaurants. They'll be providing, strips, but since it's Awareness Day, let me give you a couple other pointers too. There's a lot of computer dating going on. And one of the things that we've been having a lot in my restaurant is, I'll be non-sexist. The men will show up 15, 20 minutes later to let the bartender know that they have a blind date in case they have a woman stalking them that gets a little aggressive or what have you. It's a good thing to do. Check in. Most of the employees in a restaurant or bar, they've seen just about anything, and their number one priority is to keep you safe. So let somebody know. McDonald's, all the employees are trained. If there's a problem or you're driving by, you're in a date or something, go in. So it's if you see something, say something.
And Supervisor Dink, you wouldn't happen to know any establishments that we may be able to roll this out and initiate this, or Chief of Staff called her. So
I think as soon as Christina brings the sand over and pours it in front of Woodbridge Crossing, located at 18939 North Lower Sacramento Road, we would love to host you.
Appreciate that greatly. Thank you.
Can I have the board join us for a photo, please?
I didn't hear what you said.
Yes. We are going to make some corrections to the agenda. For the afternoon item, number 2, it's a public hearing of appeal by Nagel-Burt Irrigation District regarding use permit number PA 2100238 has been tabled and will come back at a later date. And we are going to move item number 6 to the top of the list. And we're going to hear that first. And that item is, yes, where we did that real fast. Yes. Office of the Medical Examiner, please come forward.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just want to specify that with respect to CDD, public hearing of an appeal by Negley-Burke Irrigation District, the appellant in that case has dropped his appeal.
Okay.
And so we'll call it just to put on the record the fact it's been dropped, but that will not be going forward, and actually will not be coming back at all.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning.
So good morning, Supervisors. Today we have Paul Graves, our Operations Administrator, and Dr. Michael Hunter, our Chief Medical Examiner, here to have a presentation and discussion with the board on the operations of the Medical Examiner's Office.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Hey,
First, thank you for having us today. I want to thank Chair Villa Padua and the fellow supervisors for having us here to kind of give you an update on how we started, where we are, and what we plan to do in the future here. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great.
Oh, there we go. So we have a little PowerPoint. We'll go through it and make, Dr. Hunter and I will make comments as we go here. Start out here. What's that? Okay. You got me?
All right,
Thank
good.
you. All right. When we first started, Dr. Hunter started in 2019, which we'll show you here in a second, July 1 of 2019. I started July 20 of 2020. When the day we were supposed to start the operational setup for the medical examiner's office on July 1 of 2020. I'm the operations administrator, and I started on the 20th of that month. The day I started, there were two of us. There was me and one investigator. So our office consisted of Dr. Hunter in the autopsy suite, and I made up the management, and I had one investigator. That was as of July 20, 2020. Next slide. Can I use it? So back on May 15, 2018, the Board of Supervisors adopted Board Order B18292 and Ordinance 4507 establishing our office. Following an extensive search, they found Dr. Hunter, who at the time I believe was working in San Francisco as the Chief Medical Examiner. And he became effective with this county on July 1 of 2019. The office was to start July 1, 2020, and we did. I wasn't here yet, but the office started. And then we worked very hard to hire death investigators and train them. And we worked with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office to co-handle the death investigations in the county while we were coming up and bringing ourselves on board, trying to stand the office up. On January 3rd, 2022, we had enough trained investigators to take all of the death investigations that fall under our jurisdiction and handle those independently without the help of the Sheriff's Office. I think it's really important for not only board members but community members to understand a little bit of the scope of what we do. One of the things you'll see a lot on our literature is you'll see that we handle homicides, suicides, accidents, and we also handle unattended deaths. Well, what is an unattended death? It's a medical term, and it's spelled out and defined in California Government Code 27491. It reads in part, unattended deaths are those where the deceased has not been attended by a physician in the 20 days before death. Thus, an attended death is a death whereby the patient has been attended or medically treated by a physician in the 20 days preceding death. Most deaths that occur in any jurisdiction throughout the United States are natural deaths, thank goodness. And most people that do pass away are treated by a physician in the 20 days prior to death. They either go to a doctor visit or they go to the hospital. But most time they speak with their doctor, they're not feeling well, and they're treated and they're attended by their physician. One thing that's commonly confused in our world is the term unattended. It gets confused with the difference between somebody dying at home alone. There's nobody else in the house except them, maybe their cat, their dog. But an unattended death is a medical term. And so dying alone is different than an unattended death. I bring up this slide, and it's a lot there, but I want to make, see if I can, there we go. So what I did is I took the last 5 years, the statistics of how many people died in this county of San Joaquin County, starting in 2019 to 2020, 21, 22, and 23, and we have an average. So if you look, you remember the COVID years, 2020, 21, and 22, you see a spike in deaths. These deaths are recorded deaths. Recorded deaths, all the deaths in the county of San Joaquin are recorded at the local registrar, which is public health, and they know of all the deaths that happen in the county. If you go down to the second box, green box on the right, if I can get this to work, you'll look over in the bottom, just under the 6229, you see 3448. Well, that's the average amount of deaths that are actually reported to our office from the amount of deaths that happen in the county. So you might ask, well, how in the world is that? Some people have the notion that all deaths, 100% of the deaths that happen in a county, in a jurisdiction, are reported to the medical examiner's office. That is absolutely patently false. In fact, what you'll see is probably about half of the deaths, maybe 55% of those deaths that happen in the county are actually reported to our office. The reason that is because licensed, board-certified physicians in the state of California can sign a death certificate for somebody that dies without the benefit of an autopsy or intervention or investigation by a medical examiner's office. And they do. And that's how the system works. The best person to sign a death certificate is the person that knows most about their patient. If somebody had been seeing their patient for many days, many months, and they had a terminal disease, and they have a pile of records regarding that terminal disease, and the doctor said, you know what, I'm not going to sign that death certificate. We would have to order those records. Sometimes they're reams of paper in. They go to Dr. Hunter, who has to go through literally reams of papers and medical records to try to find out why that person died. The absolute best person to sign that death certificate is the actual physician who is treating that patient. Treating them and knows their disease process, knows where they're at, knows their studies, knows their medical record pile. And we allow them to do that because the law says we can. Going down to the next box down, 994.
Let me just make a quick comment. When you look at the COVID years, there was a relatively large spike in the number of deaths that occurred in the county. But then you look at the number of cases that were actually reported to us, very, very high. So we went up, over 1,000 reported cases to us. And the reason is a lot of those deaths were unattended. So he discussed deaths that were unattended. You had people who were dying at home who had not seen their doctor for a period of time and wasn't receiving, care. So those cases came to us. They reported to us, and a lot of those cases we accepted as medical examiner cases. If you look at 2023, you can see a decrease in the number of cases that have been reported to us, because I think we're finally coming back to a baseline of how things should occur. Individuals who are under the care of a physician, those deaths are basically handled and certified by that physician. The other cases are being properly reported to us. So that's kind of where we are now. So.
Thank you, Doc. So of the deaths that are recorded by public health, 55% of those deaths are being reported to our office. That means we have knowledge of 55% of those deaths. Going down to the next box, you see 30%. Of those deaths that are actually reported to our office, we're only certifying 30% of those. That means board certified physicians are certifying the rest of those. Going down to the bottom, of all the deaths that happen in the county, if you're taking the average 6,229 deaths that happened in the county of San Joaquin over the last 5 years, the medical examiner's office certifies 16% of those deaths. Well, what's a certified death? That means that our office has taken the death on, we've accepted the case, and we've done some method of examination. If you look at the bottom, on the bottom left there, you'll see full autopsies. That's a full medical exam. And the next one down is an external examination. And that's just usually a record review, sometimes a tox withdrawal and records review. And then down at the bottom, you have record reviews. That group of cases are the ones that we actually provide a cause of death and a manner of death, and that goes on the death certificate, and that's thereby we've certified that death. Just wanted to try to educate a little bit. Hopefully that makes sense. What's a cause of death? You'll often see that the medical examiner looks into circumstances, cause, and manner. Well, a cause of death is what the doctor determines through examination. Examples of a cause of death are, multiple blunt force injuries. That happens sometimes when people are in a car accident. Gunshot wound to the chest. That can be from multiple reasons. Acute myocardial infarction, metastatic prostate cancer, end-stage renal disease. These are examples of causes of death. Well, what's a manner of death? Well, a manner of death was created. It's a United States creation, and it was created by public health officials to categorize death and assist in clarifying how injury was sustained. So what you'll see is we have 5 manners of death available to us on a death certificate in the state of California. Those are natural, accident, suicide, and the undetermined. We try to avoid undetermineds, but sometimes we have to use it. So of note, the only person that can sign a death certificate with an accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined is a medical examiner's office or a coroner in the state of California. The only death certificate that can be certified by a licensed physician in the state of California, if you're not a medical examiner or a trained forensic pathologist, is a natural death. And that makes up most of our deaths in the county, as the previous slide showed. Here's some county stats. Again, this goes back 5 years. We started in 2020, or Dr. Hunter started in 2019. But you can kind of look at the averages. Natural deaths, as we talked about, make up the bulk and lion's share of the deaths that occur in any jurisdiction throughout the land. In this county, we average 2,665 natural deaths. Not all of those deaths, by the way, are certified by an outside physician. Sometimes that person didn't have attendance by a physician. Sometimes they never saw a doctor. Sometimes there's been a gap from the time they saw their doctor and when they died. In those cases, sometimes we have to bring those in, we have to look at their records, and we have to certify those deaths. So fortunately, a majority of deaths are certified by outside physicians. Going down the line there, you see cancer, 141 on average over the last 5 years. Accidents, you see 287. Well, what we're going to find in the accident categories, you're going to see automobile accidents. You're going to see people who did drug overdoses that didn't anticipate they were going to die that day. Maybe they took a fake pharmaceutical that had fentanyl in it. They may die accidentally. So accidents make up a pretty good chunk there, 287 on average. Vehicle accidents, 137 over the last 5 years. Suicides, 89. And homicides, 74. One of the things I'm very proud of is the fact that we've taken our entire office, all of our investigators, and we've enrolled them in a death investigation academy. This particular course is extremely intensive. It takes 6 months to accomplish. You have to pass 100% on every quiz given, and I think it's 95% on the final? Yeah. I'm going to have Christina, my lovely assistant, hold up the binder of the course materials. That's not 2 binders. That's the course materials for this academy. Very happy to say that Christina is actually one of my graduates. She's certified. She's gone through every piece and actually everybody in that row except Derek. Derek's one of my part-timers. If I could, I'd like to introduce my people. I'm very proud of them, and they're here today, and I wanted to let it and show everybody who they were. So. On my far right, I have Supervisor Christy Patterson. You can just do that if you like. I have Julie Mortensen, Christina Bauer, Derek Yamamura, and I have Shelley Reynolds. And they're here to represent our office today. Wanted to say hi to one of them, show this process. So, yeah, you can clap if you want. I can tell you that when one of my investigators goes to a death scene, they share in the emotions of that family, whether we want to or not. We are oftentimes at a death scene on the absolute worst day of that family's life. And they come back, they got a smile on their face. But what you can't see is maybe the emotional toll that each one of those cases builds on every one of my investigators every time they go out in that field. Because they're human, and every case means something to them. This is human interaction on their worst day. So thank you all. Thank you. Oops, sorry. All right. One of the goals we have in our office is to achieve certification through American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigation. This is ABMDI. This is the national standard for death investigators in the United States. It is the creme de la creme. It is the gold standard. We want every single one of our death investigators to achieve the goal of ABMDI certification. Doc, you want to talk about the importance of this?
Yeah, I mean, so, a major goal of the office, and okay, what's changed from last year to this year? A lot of that is education. So we have our staff involved in medical legal death investigation, and the goal is to get them to be ABMDI certified. As that progresses, our office becomes more professional, and we're able to really rely on the information that's provided to the office in coming to conclusions as far as why these individuals have died. So that is a big change from when I started. We're getting in staff members, we're getting them educated, we're going to get them certified. So that's just a continual progress that we're really hoping to make. One other thing is, one of the earlier slides, you looked at the number of accidents that happened in 2023. It was a pretty big spike. And I just wanted to comment a little bit about that. The accidental deaths that we had that caused that spike were likely drug related. We had a lot of drug deaths last year, fentanyl, methamphetamine, and that's happening everywhere. It's happening in this county as well. So we'd like to see that level off and see the accidental death numbers drop to a more reasonable level. And that's about it.
Okay. Yeah, to get this ABMDI certification is no joke. You have to work in the office for about 5 years to accumulate the point total to qualify for their certification examination. When you go out on a case, each case has a point associated with it. When you go and work with Dr. Hunter in the autopsy suite and you work on autopsies, you get points for that. By taking our Death Investigation Academy course, we got 40 points for that. And once you get your 640 points, you have to do that within a 5-year period. Then you can apply to take this test, which is proctored at a university level. And it's a rigorous 7-section test. It takes about 4 hours to complete. We currently have 5 death investigators in the office with the time on and the points required who are preparing to challenge to take this test. And I'm super proud of those people. Once their exam is passed, they will receive the title ABMDI on their title. I don't want to get too much into this, but one of the big changes that happened from the last paradigm in this county to this current paradigm is in this county now, when we investigate a death, all the deaths, the cause of death is determined by the chief pathologist, and the manner is also determined by the pathologist. In the old days, the manner was determined by members of, at the time, it was the sheriff's office. They would determine what the manner of death was. We no longer have that system. We have a system where we determine cause and he determines manner based on the totality of circumstances that we report to him. I think it's a fabulous system, and it's a great change for the county. The other thing that changed when we came along is forensic photography. One of the most basic things you do at any death scene is you take photography. And that photography wasn't being taken prior to us, and it is now taken at every death scene. Anytime somebody dies and we cannot find a blood relative, we insert their name in the NamUs system, the missing and unidentified people. These are the people that have no families that we can find, no biological relatives in the world. It's a web-based website. You can go to NamUs and you can look for your loved one if you're missing one. You can be in any country in the world. All you need is a little Wi-Fi and a computer, and you can look for your missing loved one through NamUs. So all of our missing unidentifieds go into NamUs. And let's see. I'm happy to report we have 19 allocated positions, and we have all positions filled except 3. I need 1 supervisor, I need 1 office assistant, and I need 1 forensic autopsy tech. So we're full except for those 3 positions, but I do have 1 long-term person that's out on long-term that impacts our percent. One of the other changes is when we took over, we started hand typing all of our reports when we got done with the case that day. The old system was it was dictated, and the doctors in the autopsy suite had to wait until those cases were actually transcribed and put on paper before they could actually read the report from the field. We come in from our death investigations and we type those reports immediately, and those reports, pictures, records, everything's available for the doctor, usually in less than 24 hours. We stay on top of our caseload. When cases come in, we're usually on them within 24 to 48 hours in terms of the investigation, the death investigation. So that's an improvement, not having to wait for a case to be transcribed. What else? That's it for this. Do you read the rest? Future goals. One of our most absolute critical needs is to have a facility where I have 100% of my personnel under one roof. Every one of you have heard me say this. We brought it up at the groundbreaking. It's incredibly important to our office to have all disciplines in one roof. And it will make a massive difference on our ability to deliver to the citizens of this county. We talked about all of our death investigators working towards ABMDI certification. When we look at the office in total, one of the accreditations every office in the United States wants is to be name certified. So you want to get accredited by name, National Association of Medical Examiners. You want your office accredited.
Yeah,
So
when I first started in 2019, we had a discussion about name and the importance of having that as a goal of the office. Clearly at that time, there was no way we were going to get name certification. And currently, we're still unable to really envision name certification until we have a building that's functional. And I think you're going to see some photographs of what our working environment is like now. And we have groundbreaking. We don't have shovels in the ground at this point, but we're hoping that gets started so I can see actual progress on what's coming for us. And so that's going to be our goal once we have the facility in place to become name certified.
So I spoke with GSD in preparation for this meeting, capital projects, and the last I was told is they are going to get heavy equipment shovels in the ground May of 2024. That was the last thing I heard from them. Wanted to give you kind of a video tour. I'll go through this pretty quick. This is our current autopsy building, which is a former columbarium.
So we've come a long way, but we haven't really progressed as far as our facilities. So this is a facility that I think was built back in the 50s,
20s.
Oh, well, I don't know the exact time. I can't believe it would be the 20s, but it's antiquated. It's very small, and it's surprising that we can get the work done that we do. But at this point, we're moving through it.
This is a entry hallway, kind of dim and dark. This is I have three of my autopsy technicians working at this one desk. It's all the space we have. This is our autopsy suite. 2 tables, small but effective. Dr. Hunter's good, can make this place work. I don't know if you can see the wall, but there's cracks in the tile, all through the tile in there. This is just another sample of kind of the building we work in. This is the building where my office staff works in. When you walk in, you're greeted with the danger sign and the dimly lit hallway. This particular room was built for one executive to occupy. I have 3 employees working in this office, sharing space with the refrigerator, the coffee machine, and our snack table. This is where we store our records. And if you turn sideways and you're broad-shouldered, you're going to hit file boxes on each side. This is where my investigators work. I have 4 investigators working in this office, and it's designed for 1 person. That concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you for that presentation. It seems obvious we need a new building there for you guys, and I can tell you that in 2019 we hired you, Dr. Hunter. We're pretty proud of that, and seem like you're doing a great job. I also like to add, I've had several instances where there's been some tragic accidents in our community, and Paul and his staff have been amazing. Paul, thank you for always fielding our calls and really addressing the family needs.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I have 2 board members who have questions. We'll start off with Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm sorry if I keep on going back and forth. The sun is reflecting right off my bald head right here. Again, thank you very much. Very informative. And I know I mentioned it last year also, but when you look at the stats for the COVID years, I guess you want to call it, the 20, 21, and 22, the annual deaths, the spikes that we have, and what do you attribute those to?
Well, I can't really say.
They all can't be COVID.
No, of course not. The spikes that we had at the office, certainly there was a number of COVID deaths, but we had a lot of cases that would come to us that were unattended, meaning that those are individuals that weren't seeking medical care for maybe their chest pain or whatever natural condition that they had. And
so like if you had cancer or something, or
cancer, chronic obstructive lung disease, heart disease, those individuals were often dying at home, not seeking medical care. And because of that, those cases were being reported out to us, and rightfully so, because they had not been attended by a physician. So that was one of the major reasons why we had a spike in the caseload during those years. We certainly did have individuals that died of COVID, but it was really these unattended deaths.
And
that
you see
he
the
does.
suicide rates, it's same thing, 20, 21, 22 also.
Yeah.
Really. And the reason I bring that up, and I'm going to bring this up every single year that we get this, is, during this time, I know this board, I know not everybody was here, but I can say, I know Supervisor Patty and I were very, very vocal about the unintended consequences of, the mandates, what the state did, and, the lockdowns and people not being able to go to the hospital. And you're seeing what happened with these failed policies. People actually died. I mean, you have, a lump or something somewhere, and instead of going to a doctor, you can't even get in. So you're at home by the time, a year or 2 years later, it gets even worse. And now when it was treatable, now it's not. And same thing with the suicides, the policies of the state. And I know Supervisor Patty and I, we mentioned this to our public health department multiple times, almost every single day, and we were basically ignored. And the state has these policies, so we're just going along with the state. And I think this is a huge lesson. I mean, you have the stats here to prove of the unintended consequences, that if we have policies that whatever come from the state and we don't think they're right, we have to fight against it. We'll be talking about a legislative platform here later on, and not just take a word of one person. Again, you see the unintended consequences. People that should be alive today are not alive because of failed policies, and it just pisses me off. I don't know what other way I could say it. But again, thank you for this report. It's very thorough. I look forward to the new building coming up. And you said May of next year to start putting?
May of this year.
Excuse me, 2024. I'm still signing things
We had
2023.
shovels back in, I think, November, but we should have something going pretty soon.
I look forward to it. You guys deserve it. It'd be great for you and your employees, and even, get that better team atmosphere and not having to run all over the place. And don't have to worry about walking up a danger zone, that kind of like Top Gun, I guess, right?
Right.
But again, thank you guys very much for the work you do. Thank your team for me, and thank you all. I can only see half of you because I have to go diets in my way, but thank you all.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Myself and Supervisor, now Chair Villaputua, were on the Board of Supervisors back several years back before the other new ones are here. And there was Dr. Amalo and one of the other doctors, I forgot her name, pardon me. But it kind of led us down a pathway of reviewing what we were doing with the sheriff/coroner. And for the supervisor who may not know, we are now one of, 5 counties in the entire state that have the medical examiner's office established?
Six.
6 now. We're number 6? Okay. Yeah. And so it really is amazing to me once you learn what a medical examiner's office can do in the capacity of what the death investigators and being fully staffed. It's remarkable. And I have to say, oftentimes people will ask, well, what do you guys even do? A lot of cynical people and perhaps think that we don't really accomplish much in the county. But this is one of those things that we can take pride in. And thank you, Dr. Hunter, and the entire team for establishing this medical examiner's office. And I think it's a model for other counties to follow. But it's really remarkable. During this time, when Dr. Amalo was one of the examiners at the time, and he had recommended I go to Santa Clara and look at that medical examiner's office. And I saw death investigators. I met the examiner there and took a tour and came back here with the narrative of this is a model we need to consider and pursue, and we have. So this is the realization, the new building, when you're fully staffed and inside of your new home. And did you say May of this year?
Yeah. It was when shovels should go in the ground a couple months from now.
So construction.
Yeah.
Sweet. Construction starting.
Yes. Oh, no, it hasn't started yet. So May 24 is when
and when's the completion?
I don't know.
We have a schedule?
We hear 18 months. Greg may have more.
Greg, we're in
December 2025.
December 2025. Okay. Well, I'll perhaps be a member of the audience, but I would look forward to that.
Yeah.
But I just really, I'm proud of the county for standing this up, and you guys all realizing the full potential of a functioning and an excellent medical examiner's office, and it's real teamwork to get there. So thank you, Chair. I think, again, I appreciate you and I worked on this,
Absolutely.
brought this to our county, and we appreciate all of you and your efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Greg?
I appreciate the opportunity to have, I think the last couple of presentations, Dr. Hunter wasn't able to be present, but he's a superstar for us. He works very hard, difficult environment, but I hopefully with the new building, we'll also onboard some other forensic pathologists and some great opportunities. And one thing I think Paul didn't highlight, we're also in the process of upgrading or converting our morgue management software, so it'll be better to run direct reports about cause and manner of death, reporting on fentanyl, some Public Records Act requests, but that will be another lift of our office starting in this summer.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. Quick follow-up question, Director Dietrich. All of those boxes and files, what would it take for us to digitize so we can start to pare down that warehouse of files?
Well, I knew we did a large project to get rid of the cremains, but I don't know legally. I think we actually have death certificates still over in sheriff's storage going back to the 1800s. But I think we don't want to continue moving those.
Yeah, what you saw was a small representation, 5 years worth of files. We have cases that date back, like Greg said, early 1900s, late 1800s in boxes. Archived over at the sheriff's office because we have no other place to put them, and we keep those files indefinitely until we can digitize. To answer your question, I've looked into that, and it's a pretty complicated process. It takes two separate companies, one that manages the digitized work, and then one that actually digitizes it, and it's somewhat complicated. I think that Correctional Health did that, and it took quite a while to get that completed.
I think probably the benefit is stop creating paper because a lot of these files you're never really going to touch.
Correct. It's a lot of storage for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I'm going to open a public comment real fast. If any member of the public would like to comment on this item? I see none. I'll close public comment. Thank you for the report, and looking forward to May, get that shovel in the ground.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. At this time, the board is going to recess for a closed session. County councilors, anything to report?
I'm anticipating there will be something to report out, and I would recommend that before we go into closed session, we see if there's any public comment regarding closed session, only closed session, not the normal public comment period.
So is there any member in the public would like to comment? I see none. We'll close public comment. The board will recess. Will 11 o'clock sound good, County Council?
It might take a little longer than if we're handling everything.
We'll come back probably between 11 or 11:15. Thank you very much.
So we're not even
Okay, I just want to let everybody know that's going to be about 10 more minutes, and then the board will be coming out. Lunch will be served in a impresso downstairs on the first floor.
like to return to the meeting. County Councilors, interim report out of closed session.
We do. With regard to closed session item number 2, or I'm sorry, with respect to closed session item A of number 1, or otherwise known as 1A, which is UAPD versus County San Joaquin, PERB number SACE 1227M. The board voted to settle that matter. There was a vote of 5-0. Supervisor Kenepa made the motion. Supervisor Patty seconded it, and that matter will be settled along terms that will be made public once all parties have signed the settlement agreement. With respect to item 2 in closed session, which is anticipated litigation, the board voted to initiate litigation in the form of filing a protest in the matter of the Department of Water Resources petition requesting changes in the water rights for the Delta Conveyance Project, application number 5630, etc. It's on the agenda, or a copy of it will be made available. Sorry, it's not on the agenda, but a copy made available upon request. I don't want to read all the numbers out. In any event, the board approved filing protest, which is a form of initiating suit. That motion was made by Supervisor Rickman and was seconded by Supervisor Kenepa, and again, the vote was 5-0. Finally, with regard to item 3 in closed session, which was public employment dismissal, release, contract termination, the board approved by a 5-0 vote, exercising its rights under paragraph 5 of the applicable contract for the county administrator to terminate that contract, not for cause. The motion was made by Supervisor Kenepa and seconded by Supervisor Patty, and that's all reportable action.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. Our first speaker is David Mendoza.
Thank you, and good morning. In one of my current job, I have the opportunity to meet with a lot of the contractors that have worked in San Joaquin County, and they continue to do so. And one of the things they brought up was that there's a lack of contracts coming out of San Joaquin County. They don't have the bidding opportunities. So I knew that there wasn't there's not a funding problem. SB1 made sure that there wasn't a funding problem. So one of the things, transparency, I contacted, and you have a copy of what I received from the CTC, was a list of the 7 cities in the county and San Joaquin County, and shows how much money they've been dispersed and how much of it basically is in the bank. San Joaquin County has $33 million in the bank of taxpayers' money every time they go to the gas pump, and probably went up 5 cents, sitting there for 2 hours waiting. And that's just a bad look. That's a bad look. And I know most of the staff down there, because I hired most of them. They're very capable staff. They're knowledgeable and they're capable. They got to have leadership. They got to have accountability. And if that doesn't happen, you have $33 million in the bank. I mean, I know there's a need. I go to every one of your guys' districts in my current position, every one of them. And I see the conditions of the roadway. I see guardrail that's mangled up. It looks like that it's been sitting like that for 3 months. Why isn't it repaired? A light signal at a roundabout, down. A cone there with wire sticking out of it. Why isn't it repaired? It ain't money. You have it. It's just, to me, it's an embarrassment, knowing that I worked there for 17 years, and that's what I see. So, but to me, political positions, they're they hinge on what you do with taxes. You know, if you vote to, you know, increase the gas tax, it'll be used against you. If you don't, it'll be used against you. But collecting it and not doing a damn thing with it, you guys should be held accountable for that. So here's what I like to, I'm in Supervisor Tom Patty's district. I like just a response to what I'm saying, and maybe I'm wrong, but that document says that I'm not. There's $33 million in the bank of San Joaquin County. So if you could, take a look at it. Everyone in your district needs work. If you want me to go, I'll go take a ride with you, and I'll show you all the stuff, every one of you. So again, thank you very much, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mendelson.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm John Mendelson. I'm the Executive Director of Central Valley Housing, a nonprofit that helps provide housing for the homeless, and we also work as the local HMIS lead. Later today, you're going to be considering a report on HAP 5 funding, but I want to speak about something more generally in relation to homelessness. We have a lot to improve when it comes to addressing homelessness. We know that it's a crisis, and it's been a crisis for quite some time. But there's still a sense in our community that nothing's been done, that because homelessness remains a crisis, current efforts aren't having an impact. And that's what I want to talk about today, because I believe there has been progress that's both measurable and meaningful. Clearly, money has been spent on the problem. The report later today will highlight some expenditures from fiscal year 22-23. So I wanted to add some context just from the impacts we see from our own organization. The 22-23 fiscal year, Central Valley Housing provided emergency housing or permanent housing to 1,220 households. So that's 2,347 people, including nearly 1,000 children, as well as people with disabilities, people escaping domestic violence, people with substance use disorder, severe mental illness, people of all races and ethnicities. Now that's about $4,500 per household assisted. Compare that to the recent United Way report on homelessness, which estimated that unsheltered homelessness costs about $56,000 a year per person. $4,500 a year per person, per household versus $56,000 a person. The point is that there are successes when it comes to homelessness, and that success is happening at a reasonable cost. And it's not just Central Valley Housing, it's agencies like St. Mary's, Gospel Center, Prevail, the Housing Authority, Behavioral Health Services, Lutheran Social Services. The progress might be incremental, but it is real progress. In the past 3 years, our communities increased shelter beds in all our major cities, increased the number of permanent housing units focused on prevention, and the progress is true of our community's data as well. We've got more programs and agencies entering data into the HMIS than ever before. We have more service provider connectivity. We're about to bring the care team and local law enforcement into that system. We still face real challenges, and we should be honest about how difficult those challenges are and how much work truly remains to be done. But we should also acknowledge the progress, even if it's hard to see that progress sometimes when we look out our windows and we drive around. Just imagine how much worse homelessness would work in our community if we didn't have those agencies making that progress. And so I hope that with the plan later, you'll continue to build on our community's strengths, to build on the progress we've already made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Tino Adami.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. We have the clinic coming up, ceremony April 25th, and we like from Carlos Post, our auxiliary president, Jessica Mays, Joe Mays, my wife, Mary Adami, thank Supervisor Rickman, Supervisor, we pulled up from your office. You're able to get 2 buses for us, and we filled them up. We have a lot of our old aging, myself, handicapped, and that's going to help. Right now, I think they have a estimate of 600 people already registered to be there. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you. Next is Mr. Bob Bentz.
Howdy, sports fans. Y'all know me. With regard to the veterans staffing issue that is on your agenda today, I just want to commend you. Thank you. It's about time. You're moving in the right direction. We're finally getting some support. This didn't happen overnight. The budget has been shrinking. The number of staff has been declining. The support and training from the state and others has been declining. The VA left the state a long time ago. It's going to take some time to get back up to speed. As an example, let me give you a little insight. I think you can see the thickness of that. It's 206 pages. It's what we used to have to basically commit to memory when we started counseling people on the telephone and the 800 number. This is the 2001 edition, or excuse 2011, bite my tongue, 21 edition. It's 69 pages. Can you imagine the government keeps doing more with less? Obviously, the VA is not committed to our veterans, but you guys are, and I want to encourage you to keep supporting the Veterans Office, give them the kind of opportunity for training that they need, and the management team support above them. But frankly, I'd like to see them a separate standalone. I'm going to have to excuse myself. We lost our refrigerator last night, so I have a mercy mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentz. Our next speaker is Alex Alferez.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Alferez. I didn't know it was American Red Cross, and over a week ago, I took some Red Cross training. I took CPR, AED defibrillator, and tourniquet. It's hands-on type of training, and I highly recommend everyone to do it. The person owns a scuba diving shop on Hammer Lane in the same plaza where Arbor Freight offers the training. It's worth the money. Get it. I just want to talk about Prop 47, and I came across a report, a news break, my friend told me about it, which found that the counties with the highest rate of violent crimes per 1,000 residents during that period included #1 San Joaquin County. So apparently, the Simran Law Group analyzed state-reported data sourced from the California Department of Justice from 2013 and 2022. Of course, it named San Joaquin County as recorded the highest rate of violent crimes at the average of 72 violent crimes per 1,000 residents. Of course, the report doesn't want to talk about Prop 47 passed 10 years ago. What Prop 47 did was basically let the criminals out. And in 2021, under the COVID-19 lockdowns, our great, insane Governor Newsom released lots of prisoners, thousands of them. And where do you think they all ended up? On the streets, homeless. That's right, folks, homeless. We're not safe. We got to abolish Prop 47. And there is a petition out there, and I hope that the Board of Supervisors get behind this petition. There's an initiative to abolish Prop 47. In Tennessee, in the state of Tennessee, they actually have legislation that banned geoengineering. Geoengineering. What that does is, what is geoengineering? It's the covert global geoengineering programs are basically an objective of climate engineering and solar radiation management. And I have some information for you guys, so take a look at it. State of Tennessee, the state Senate, state legislature passed legislation to ban this. This is all truth and fact, not a conspiracy or a myth. And number 3 is the medical examiner what happened during 2021, the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine mandates, okay? There's brave whistleblowers are coming out, including a lot of funeral directors and embalmers. There are actual reporting here in the US, in the UK, in Australia, how many bodies they have seen that have weird big clots. Folks, we need to question. The COVID-19 vaccine is committing a lot of injury and death.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to address the board? Please come forward.
I just realized I said good morning to this young lady. It's good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. At the last board meeting, March 12, 2024, some concerned citizens brought forth issues before this board regarding the leadership of the ROV office. The primary election of 2024, new tabulators were touted as being fabulous and would help the counting process. At the cost of approximately $2 million, why had the San Joaquin voters only received 3 updates since the close of the election night? The counting process should have been completed with the exception of mail-in votes. Also, surveillance cameras were for transparency for the voters on Dropbox safety. The ROV website camera video feed was not available to the viewers or the sheriff's office. Why were the cameras still recording 7 days after the election as of March 12th? And were the taxpayers paying extra for the additional 7 days? And would the payment have been less if cameras had been shut off on the election night? There was also tampering at least 2 drop boxes, one at Quail Lake's location and another at the Kennedy Community Center. Have these incidents been reported to the authorities and recorded on the camera? Ex-City Councilman Shakir Khan admit to 77 felonies, including election fraud, and is still receiving fraudulent ballots, as are several of the people who aided and abetted him. These are things that have already been brought before this board and must also continue to be brought before this board. Later today, you will be discussing general government agenda, item number 3, to retroactively approve and authorize the ROV to execute the HAVA grant agreement with the state of California for election security. This grant was to be used to improve the administration of the elections, specifically around the surveillance cameras used to monitor vote-by-mail ballot drop boxes. From the earlier mention of the issues of the leadership of the ROV office, I believe one can see and conclude the ROV office has not demonstrated an improvement of the administration of the elections. I ask, and thinking of our fiscal responsibility, I ask that you would oppose this agenda item. Thank you, have a great day, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I will close public comment. Moving on to minutes of March 12th, 2024. Anyone like to make a
Barring
motion?
any changes, motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to consent calendar, and we're starting from my left. Supervisor Rippon, do you have anything to pull? Supervisor Patty.
19.
Supervisor Canepa.
15 and 18.
Supervisor Ding.
Number 3, number 5, number 18.
3, 5, and 18?
I think that's it. Yes.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. We're starting with number 3. Approve the appointment of Jeff Giamotto, Destiny Easter, Patricia Barrett, Jose Sanchez, Teresa Crow, Ryan Hansen to 6 positions on various boards. Supervisor Ding.
And where'd my notes go? I just, once again, I like to, when we have citizens that apply for boards, I just want to hear the names of those volunteers leave your lips, and I appreciate it because it really is important to the leadership and service of this county. Ryan, who joins our Conservation District Board, who's from my district, has been involved in farming for 17 years. He sits on a myriad of, from Linden Rotary Lions. He's involved in a lot of organizations, and I just wanted to thank him for his service.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Moving on to item number 5, County Administrator's Office, approve changes to the adopted 2023-24 state and federal legislative platforms. Supervisor Ding.
Who's here? There she is. Hello, Hillary.
Morning, Supervisors.
You want to give us a brief overview?
Sure, happy to. Hillary Crowley, I'm Deputy County Administrator and our Legislative Coordinator. So what you have before you are amendments and addendas to our legislative platform, which is good through this calendar year, our 2-year legislative sessions. There was 1 amendment and 3 addenda. We added some edits to one of our state items around mental health. As we know, that was a landmark year for changes to those systems. And so our behavioral health director had proposed some edits, which you'll see. I kept the track changes so you can see what we proposed changing. And then there were 3 addenda. We added the Be Well campus as a project to our federal and state platforms, as well as airport runway. Control tower, and airport control tower. So the platforms are divided into 3 areas. There's regulatory and regulatory guidance, then there's projects and issues. So projects are like straightforward. We want to build something, and when it's done, it's off of the project. Issues are usually perpetual, no unfunded mandates for pick your project. So those are the changes before you. Look forward to your approval.
Thank you very much. One thing that was missing, and maybe since these are just your changes, it's not in the original, was the letter the board had signed urging our federal representatives to remove the 16-bed cap. Is that in the?
That is an evergreen item in our federal platform under the Institute for Mental Disease. That is always there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Moving on to item number 15. Retroactive approval agreement between Prologis Logistics Services Incorporated and County of San Joaquin Employment Economic Development Department to accept funds in the amount of $170,000 for the period of January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024, and that'd be Supervisor Canepa.
I just thought it was important that we got a $170,000 grant, and it's just in consent. So if you could just speak to a little bit about who it helps and how it helps, and Prologis, obviously, why they came up with this money for the 2nd year.
Actually, it's the 3rd year that they've come up with it, and it's just to ensure that there's a pipeline of individuals who are filling the TDL, the transportation logistics pipeline. What we do is that they have a learning platform that we enroll our participants in, and they can take classes. Then when we place people in one of those positions, they will give us funding for that.
Oh, so that's the $170,000. So this is the 3rd year. Oh, okay. I thought it was
the 3rd
2nd
year, yes.
Okay, so they funded it for 3 years?
2 years previously. This is the 3rd, yes.
Okay. I just thought it was important that, you know what I mean, that
yes.
people are actually investing in labor in our valley. So
it's
I thought
great.
it was something to be celebrated. So that was it. I just wanted to have a little specific on it. So thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Patty would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to commend and please share that we in San Joaquin County appreciate the partnership with local labor and that education process and gateways to what would be a long-term career if wanted, or stepping stones within a large organization like this. So we appreciate that commitment. Great. And thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for bringing this forward. Vice Chair Canepa, bringing this forward just for a recognition. We need more partnerships like that. As people look to come into our region, it's like, well, what are you doing for workforce enhancement and development? So thank you. We appreciate it. And we have a vocational program coming forward that we'll be talking about. We might be able to partner with some of the efforts as well.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 18, adopt a resolution amending departmental position allocating listing for San Joaquin Health Centers by adding 13 positions effective April 8th, 2024. And I believe Supervisor Canepa pulled that before you did, Mr. Ding. That's cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, Director Dietrich, I mean, obviously Supervisor Ding and I and Director Dietrich have been working with the health centers, and Director Dietrich asked to pull it, so have at it.
So thank you, Supervisor Canepa. I wanted to stress that we're having some difficulties with recruitment and retention of medical assistants. We currently have 3 full-time vacancies and 23 part-time vacancies. Some days we struggle. Our goal would be to have 1.5 MAs to providers. Last week we had 9 providers and 3 MAs to provide services for them. Some of our MAs that are part-time will be hitting the 1560 hour limit as part-time, so I won't be able to employ them in the coming months. But with our the medical assistants tap out at $22.68 an hour. We are literally a training ground for Sutters and Kaiser. They come work with us, get a couple years of experience, and move on. SB 525 was signed by Governor Newsom in October. That's essentially the $25 minimum wage for healthcare workers. Parts of it went into effect in January, and depending upon the size of your institution, we'll be rolling forward this July and in the coming years. And public sector entities have an opportunity to delay some of that. Really looking to get some guidance on that, because I think the dollar amounts we pay for our medical assistants are what really makes us uncompetitive. And in order to grow our visit volumes and have our providers more efficient, we need to hire and recruit or retain a lot more medical assistants. And then one last comment, we have some rampant absenteeism. I know that's been a subject with our Healthcare Services Review Committee, but looking at this item, I didn't want to wait until final budget. In our final budget, we have some very robust position asks. And this also faces some other individuals at SJ Health where we're using contract labor, and I want to bring those in-house just simply because we have a lot of turnover in part-time staff, and I want to make full-time positions available. So thank you, sir.
Just one question. So then the $25, so who's exempt from that? Because the governor kind of held it off. So is that going to affect these positions? Because then folks are going to leave to go to the $25 an hour paying job.
So also in behavioral health, we lose staff, a lot of staff there. I don't know how broad the $25 will be. In a hospital setting, it's basically everybody at the hospital, dietary, everybody that works at the hospital. I don't know where that dividing line might be in the more ambulatory areas like SJ Health or behavioral health. Do you have to touch a patient, or do you have to be in a department? But HR is looking at this review. I don't know where it might be with labor, because I think ultimately it has to be bargained. Where does it impact compaction? But really where I'm going is we lose, I need community health outreach workers that do street medicine, that have some lived experience. We lose people because they look at what we're providing, working out in the field for $19 an hour. They can go to In-N-Out for $25 an hour.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item number 19, adopt a resolution amending departmental position allocation listing for the Veteran Services Office by adding 3 veteran service representatives, allocations for 1 senior office assistant. Craig? Oh, Supervisor Patty, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to pull this for a little discussion. Myself, you, Supervisor, Vice Chair Canepa, and the other supervisors have all been engaged with veteran services. We've met with veterans and multiple times in public forums and privately. And we know that the VSO services, there's been some staffing needs to keep accelerating the outreach that we have and services that we can render to our veterans. So this has come forward. I appreciate Director Dietrich in the meetings and being responsive, and we have a recruitment process to kind of maybe bring us up to date where we are, give us a brief overview of the needs, what we're looking at. I know we have a veteran facility opening up. We want to make sure that we're positioned staff-wise to put somebody embedded at that facility versus someone coming in from Stanislaus or other counties for our veteran services. So as these efforts are ongoing, maybe give an update. Our veterans are of course, very interested and want to know, what we're doing with the VSO's office and staffing.
So thank you, Supervisor Patty. Unfortunately, Susan Ferretti couldn't be here today. She had a long waiting appointment out in Palo Alto for some of her healthcare needs. But I appreciate this board support, the rallying of the veterans community to push some of these issues. Literally, if this motion is approved today, allocating an additional 4 full-time positions for the VSO. In the last approximately 20 months, we would have gone from 4 full-time positions to 14. So that's a substantial amount of growth. I know in public comment earlier today, this department has not had a substantial amount of full-time staffing forever. And I struggle, and I'm advocating with Susan. We're doing a lot of the Veterans Administration work, but we're not reimbursed by the federal government. Maybe that's something we could look at our platform for. But this ask here adds an additional 3 veteran service representatives. That way I will need to get hired, onboarded, state and federally accredited, and 1 senior office assistant. This is essentially, we submitted our requested budget to the CEO's office several Fridays ago. So I'm advancing that budget ask to current so I can get a head start on it. The board letter articulates a lot of the current needs as well as other needs that are coming, that we need to have more certified veterans service representatives. There was a 5th ask that we need to have some additional vetting by HR for the proper classification. So I think sometime after final budget, we'll have that dialogue. And I know 14 months or so ago, Susan and I came down here and we articulated a 5-year plan. So there's also going to be additional asks next year in the budget cycle. But one of our constraints is space. So 13 months ago, we moved from the long-time 20-year lease, if you will, at the Hunter Street Garage to Employment and Economic Development. I have a lease there with our county partner agency. I literally have room for 10 bodies there. Right now, we have 9 filled positions, some part-time. Thankfully, this board approved a creation of a supervisor VSR 3 level. We're doing the recruitment for that. I had hoped to get a home key project via the Housing Authority and build a new VSO office down in French Camp. That underlying home key grant, we were denied by the state even after an appeal because of a deficiency in the option. Our next hope now to expand space, because I don't think I can get anything more at Employment and Economic Development, is to indeed reach out when the CBOC becomes operationalized. We're doing our ribbon cutting, but I don't think the doors are opening for several months. When that happens, in French Camp, the VA currently leases space within the dialysis clinic, as well as a ground lease that has 5 trailers there. And when they give up the ground lease, the improvement stays. So my hope is that we could grab onto some of those trailers and have not only the existing space at economic development, but also down there in French Camp, a little bit geographically dispersed. And as we onboard more veteran services reps and get them trained and able to be a lot more autonomous, we really want to start to have these standing circuit rides by going to various veterans posts and other community partners on standing days during the week throughout the geographic territory of the county. And if you have any other questions, this is a great ask, but I think we still have some struggling with onboarding, retention, and space, but working to get through all those issues. I find them as opportunities, even though they're kind of near-term challenges.
So, and to that point, one of my questions here is, the pay that we're offering in the recruitment process. Are we able to retain? Are we competitive? Because I know there's other competing counties that once you onboard somebody, you find somebody, you train them, get them qualified at a certain level, then they're perhaps seeking opportunities elsewhere. What is our compensation package? Is it competitive?
Maybe not against Bay Area or the federal government, but we did make some strides since over the last year. We, thanks to the Board of Supervisors, the Veteran Service Representative pay scale was increased by 10%. We altered the minimum qualifications such that veterans that have specific benefits experience, as in like Medi-Cal or unemployment, could apply. We revised the test, and we have a lot more applicants that qualify now. But I do believe ultimately, as in other areas, we're not as competitive on an hourly wage, maybe in total comp with medical and retirement we are, but in effective hourly wages, I think the federal government, who also has certified veteran services reps, pay, $15,000 to $20,000 a year or more.
Well, we're not trying to compete with the federal government, at least, or the Bay Area, but just regionally, we are relevant enough to hire and retain.
So we have lists for both part-time and full-time. If this moves forward today, the positions will be allocated, I believe, on April 8th. We are ready to move. So we have, I think to your point, maybe to HR's point, we are able to get qualified applicants on a list to do recruitment from.
Got it. Now, you talked about the location, and speaking with Director Vergen over at E2D2, I spoke with her and I said, look, what's the timeline? What are we looking at? And basically said about 6 months. She's onboarding. She's got things going on staff-wise. She's running out of space where she's at. So do we have a 6-month plan that, let's say, we've got the French camp facility open. You're looking at possible trailers. Are we going to have, like, this might be a tight schedule, but within 6 months, we're going to have a place and a home for the body of the VSO office and services?
So in the short term, I know Patty Vergen, I think she might be bringing a youth vocational training program back in-house and is looking for space there. I think the large opportunity, if you've been out there, state, I think unemployment has a dozen or more cubicles that are kind of unoccupied. And I don't know what the state is going to do long-term with that lease or not, but there might be some opportunities in that building. That would be my first choice. We've had some dialogue with Delta Community College when the CBOC comes along, is up and running, as well as those VA trailers. Absent that, there's probably some other spots within healthcare services, the other footprints we have that I can house some of the other individuals. But I think really, rather than the veterans coming to us, I want to go to the veterans, and that's really where I want to start that circuit ride where, the VFW post in Ripon or the American Legion elsewhere, on standing days of the week, the veterans know where we're going to be there, and we can come to them and partner with some of those organizations.
I think it's a great plan. Actually, that segues into my next question. That speaking with the veterans and the different regions of the county, they had asked for that. So I appreciate that you're being responsive to that need and getting people out on the road. Also keeping somebody perhaps even embedded over at E2D2 because there's so many veteran services and veterans going there as it is for employment opportunities and such. So I know there's a lot of moving parts and pieces, but the main interest, of course, is services for our veterans so that we're not subpar, but we're really a gold standard, and they all deserve it. And the few that are here are representative of the thousands of veterans that have continuous needs here in the county. So I think that really covers most of my questions. Lastly, I would say through the chair to our interim CAO, Mr. Gala, I'd like you to make certain that we're working directly with Director Dietrich, this effort, and HR, so that we're not stalled. That people, we're fully staffed at HR. This is going to get prioritized, so that we're bringing on board these the personnel for the VSO services for our veterans. So that's the key. Is we don't want 5, 6, 8 months from now we've gone through the process and it's been a very slow, arduous process in HR. So this is resting on your department that you're overseeing, and we definitely need to be responsive.
If I can speak.
Yes,
through
absolutely.
The chair.
Absolutely.
Okay, through the chair. Supervisor Patty, just doing it, and we will absolutely work with Greg and his team Just doing a quick glance at what you had asked the question earlier, if we're comparable to other counties in the valley. And just looking at our neighbor county, Stanislaus, and it looks like we, at least just for the Veteran Services rep position, we're right in line, a couple dollars over an hour. Now I'm just looking at the hourly wage. But so, yeah, we'll begin to work with them and see, listen to the needs of the veterans.
If we can go up 50 cents above them, we can poach some of their experienced
well, actually,
personnel.
we're already up about $2 over an hour.
Okay,
Based
good.
on, and maybe HR can make sure that I validate my numbers, but I just did a quick look when you
Well,
were asking.
thank you for looking right into that and having answers for us. Appreciate that diligence. But Chair, I know as again, all supervisors are engaged and care about our veterans and the services throughout the entire county. Thank you, Director Dietrich, for being responsive. And we look forward to that. You said there was a 5th position, but that's going to be staged for when the full budget comes through.
Yeah, because it's an atypical position, and I want to make sure we get the right classification versus just throwing up something and getting it now. I don't think we need another senior office assistant or another office technical coordinator, but what is the best fit for this growing office for some of their more analytical needs maybe?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Okay. No, thank you. Greg, one more Supervisor Cannon would like to speak.
The question on the trailers, when was the VA's lease up on that?
So Marcia Cunningham, I think, is here, but there's a board action that came probably 6 weeks ago that both the ground lease and the lease for the dialysis clinic are synced up. And my understanding is that they both now have a 90-day out clause. But I think the ribbon cutting at the CBOC is really turning it over from the Army Corps of Engineers to VA so they can provision the inside. It's going to be 6 months until they actually occupy and then transition. So I might be at best getting into those trailers as possible by the end of this calendar year, but it's really the VA's in the driver's seat with it.
And the acronym for CBOC is?
Community-based outpatient clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Greg's correct. There is a lease. It does have an out clause. Like he said, we heard this summer, July, that they would be moving out. So hopefully it holds true. I know the veterans are anxious for the clinic, and we're anxious to utilize what's there for the Veteran Services Office. So.
Okay, perfect. And then, so Supervisors Bill Pudua and Patty had their town hall. And one of the things that kind of came up a lot was that people are going to Stanislaus County for their veteran services. So, I mean, it was just kind of alarming. So now we've ramped up enough people, and I mean, we obviously need to compete. So it was kind of alarming hearing that. So how are we competing so that veterans don't have to drive all the way down there? I mean, it was kind of the common theme. A lot of people, oh, well, Stanislaus does this and Stanislaus does it, because we're not providing the services. We're just connecting the people to the services through the federal government, correct?
We are working to develop fully developed claims such that it can be submitted to the VA for pension, for different benefits that would come to the veteran. So our goal is to fully develop the claim, work with the veteran, work with the VA to have it approved. But I think we have to compete on two faces there. We didn't have enough staffing capacity. We're not geographically located wherever we should be. But I think there's also some customer service aspects. We are working with Stanislaus Veteran Services to quantify that. I know anecdotally we hear people go down there. I don't know if they can easily run a report by county of residence versus zip code, but we're working to quantify that. But indeed, at 2 years ago, when we were literally down to basically 2 people in the office and we could not provide timely services, we were actually directing patients or clients to Stanislaus just so they could be timely filed. But once we get up, staffed, running, accredited, geographically dispersed, I want to do everything to make sure that any veteran within our county or our region can be served by us.
Okay, perfect. That's better to hear, because I mean, that was just kind of alarming. That kind of was the same theme for that day. And it's like, wait a minute, we have obviously now more people, we're paying more money. Then, is it a management issue or what do we have to do to fix it? So thank you.
At this time, I'd like to open public comment. If you'd like to speak, please come forward and state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Tino Diamond, Carl Ross, Post 16, American Legion. What I heard from the new clinic, those trailers already occupied. They already have plans for those trailers. And we did mention to them if we could use that for the VSO. They said that's out of the question. That they're already occupied by the clinic. And also, thank you very much. We definitely need the new positions. And we mentioned before that we need to get somebody in there into that clinic soon as it's opened up, because Stanislaw already wants to jump in there. So thank you very much for working with us and getting somebody in there. So thank you for getting the new positions also. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item?
Chuck Roots, VAC Chair. Wanted to address the issue of the VSO and where we're going with that. I appreciate very much that the supervisors are providing some additional folks to be able to work with Susan. She has been doing a marvelous job, and I know that she's kind of hamstrung because she simply does not have the support structure with more people to be able to accomplish the task. So we have people who are calling and waiting 3 months to be seen. That's simply a manning problem. And one of the men I know, who I've known for many years, is trying to get in. He's waited a month. His appointment is still 2 months away just to be seen. And that we can't have. This is why we have people going down to Modesto. They have a very nice facility. It's very open. It's spacious. They have people there to take care of the veterans when they come in. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm saying, okay, they technically have 22,000 veterans in their county of Stanislaus. We have about 32,000 veterans in our county. They're able to take care of those with more people, and we're trying to do more with less people. Manning is the issue. If we can get that taken care of, folks, with what you're suggesting, you got my support, and I want to thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak on this item? I see none. I'll close public comment. Any additional comments, Greg?
No, I'm good, and I appreciate the support of this board, the support of the veterans, and we will collectively make some substantial improvements with the staffing that you're providing.
Thank you very much. This time that closes the consent calendar. At this time, we'd like to make a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion and the consent calendar wins 5-0. 5-0, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to discussion general government. District 1, approve the use of Supervisor District 1 funds for All Saints Academy, $25,000, Seek Pantry of San Joaquin, $1,500, and Delta Sunrise Little League, $1,000. And for the record, just to let you know, the $25,000 I'm doing for All Saints Academy, Dr. Ernie Vasti has agreed to match the donation and give an additional $25,000. It was very generous of Dr. Ernie Vasti. Dr. Vasti. Yeah, very nice of him. And if anyone would like to comment on that, let me know. But
Move to approve.
Okay, let me know.
Public
Public comment
comment
real fast. Anybody like to address this in public comment? I see none. Would you like to approve? Make a motion?
Yeah, move to approve.
Second. We have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please? Thank you. That motion closes 5-0. Moving on to item number 2. District 4, approve the waiver of parking fees for the Junior Land Sharks rescheduled for April 19th, 2024 at Shumway Oak Grove Park. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe just kind of in a general rule of thumb is you incentivize what you like and you tax what you don't like. And we're trying to get the kids off their phones and, out running and playing. We've got an event coming up at Shumway Oak Grove Park. with the Junior Sharks. Lodi Hospital is a major sponsor. There's 600 youth signed up of interest to participate in this. My concern is one of the primary groups that will access this are, below medium income, and a thing like a parking fee might, disincentivize them from going. And it's quite frankly why we ought to be using a lot of our county parks, is to incentivize kids to get out of the house and go do something. So I'd like to see us waive the parking fee for that day. They're not really asking for anything else. So make a motion to approve it.
Anything else? Anyone from the board? I see no one. Open public comment at this time. Anyone like to come forward, comment on this item? I see no. I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Chair, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And that motion closes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, the ROV's office retroactively approve and authorize the register of voters to execute the Help of American Vote Act grant agreement with the state of California for election security from February 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, with a maximum amount of $168,000 in the grant funding. Good afternoon, Olivia.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, board and chair and members of the board. So we're just here. This is a security grant that we talked about when we did the drop boxes and the cameras that we deployed. I know you have some questions about the cameras, so I don't know if it'd be better for me to kind of go over some of the little hiccups with cameras, or if you want to just ask your questions and then I can respond to those appropriately. Is there a preference?
You know what, Supervisor Jing?
Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
First off, I think there's some kudos that need to go fairly wide ranged. And to me, I view this as kind of like halftime, and it's, coaches are going to get together, and there's some things that need to be cleaned up and fixed as well. I want to start with our election advisory committee, our community leaders that have been beating the heck out of us for 6 to 8 months. To make sure we do everything in our power to do an election that, in the public is perceived as fair and honest. We did have some hiccups, and we will address that. Melody made a comment, I just want to address that we only had 3 updates since Election Day. Actually, we had 3 a week. It's the most we've ever had. All the election totals, other than the ripped and torn and all of that, were done in the fastest amount of time I've seen since I started doing poll watching back in 1986 or something like that. So I think that part was right. I thought the election night within the warehouse, given some of the traumatic events with your staff, they kept their eye on the ball and they got the job done. So kudos for that. I want to remind this board, because it's something I didn't know up until the whole thing with Stockton East, which we're going to discuss in a little bit, came up, is that great ideas cost us money. And when we added like the extra 10 drop boxes, why not? Let's just go ahead and do it. And I didn't realize up until later in the time that our special districts, every time they have an election, they share in the cost. So when we approve things like that, we're actually, those costs are being moved to the taxpayer in the form of higher water bills, electric bills, fire costs, development costs, construction permits for fire districts, and everything else. So I really want to make sure there's no such thing as free money. We've got a grant, it's $168,000 in free money from the state. No, it ends up coming back, and we ended up paying for it. So, and why not be the good neighbor out of 58 counties and actually say no once in a while if we don't need to spend it? I'm a little concerned here that this is a reach back in funding for monies that we've already spent. And I'm not sure if we're asking for a refund from the camera company since their cameras didn't work, or maybe it was because we had an ISD problem and our staff couldn't figure out how to do a live feed. Somewhere in there, I really haven't heard an answer what happened. I just know we spent a lot of money and got nothing for it on that. And then as we move into the general election, again, we're at halftime. So now's the time to grab our notes and the coaches get together and say, hey, here's what went right. This is what went wrong. How do we improve? It's progress, not perfection. And so anyway, then I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Olivia.
Awesome. Okay. So the cameras did record and they did catch all of the streaming. It did not, the issue was with the live streaming for the public. As soon as we were aware that the live streaming feature wasn't going to work for the public, we actually reached out to Captain Hardy, and the sheriff's office had full access to our dashboard. We couldn't give access to the public to the dashboard because they would have been able to go in and move the cameras around and make them stop recording, and so that would have been full access to the software with the company that we utilized. So the moment that we knew there was an issue and we couldn't get the live streaming to work, we worked on it for a couple of days. ISD looked into it, but it was determined that it was definitely a third-party situation with the vendor, and because they couldn't get the live streaming to work properly, we were not charged for any live streaming whatsoever. And that's the reality of it. So we did get recording. The sheriff's office had full access. Those will be retained. There was some miscommunication stating that the recordings were housed in Sacramento. Actually, each camera had a solid state drive inside of it, and it was recording at the top of the pole of the camera. So the company's location is in Sacramento. So they had to come get all the 25 cameras post-election, and they had to remove the solid state drives in preparation, and they began shipping those solid state drives to us. So we have the camera footage for the 25 drop boxes. There were some small snafus that I think are important to share, and that was, there was vandalism at the Kennedy. There were two vandalism incidences. The first one was before the cameras were deployed. So before the drop boxes opened, there was an anarchist sign placed on the box in Quail Lakes. So fortunately, when we did the wraps for the boxes, we put a graffiti resistant clear coat on them. So on Saturday morning, on one of the mornings, I actually went out myself with a sponge and some acetone and was able to wipe the anarchist sign off of the box. So that was the first incident that was reported to the sheriff's office. There was a little miscommunication on that first one. Do we report it to City of Stockton or to sheriff? And then the sheriff's office was clear that anything related to the ballots, to the election, it should go to their office, which is what we wound up doing. And then there was a second incident, well, it was a double incident at Kennedy Community Center in South Stockton. So I think I shared this with you all in one of the board meetings that we were reached out by a couple nonprofits that were very concerned that we weren't offering a drop box in South Stockton. So we wanted to do the right thing. We found community property where or county property where we could put one. And so what happened is the first incident, they stole the batteries out of it. But it was one camera facing the drop box, so it didn't have the 360 panoramic 3-camera thing going on. So that happened. Then the next incident was that they somehow got behind the camera, climbed the pole, stole the camera and the batteries out the second time. So our vendor who, because we were releasing these, they were responsible for the insurance claims and all of that and making sure we had what we needed. So they actually brought a specialized trailer from Utah down that had 3 cameras on it. The batteries were in a hardened, welded area where you couldn't actually open them or pry anything open because they were welded shut. And so that's how we were able to get through the remaining of the election. So there are some days that the Kennedy Center was offline. I will say from all of our recordings and all of our chain of custody, because as you know, we very much beefed that up. We did a digital survey as well as a hard copy paper trail on everything. They made a video every time they picked up the ballots from the drop boxes. We didn't hear any instances of the boxes themselves being tampered with outside of those cameras. We heard more stuff about those cameras being messed with than we actually heard about the drop boxes being messed with. There was an outage at the Ripon City Hall for 2 days, but that's right next to the police station, so we made sure that the city clerk was aware and we addressed that. So we were hoping because it's right there that we're safe. And then there were 2 others that had some spotty coverage because of the location. The Tracy Elks Lodge had some spotty coverage. There was like momentary outages, but eventually they got that fixed by replacing some hardware on that camera. And then Linden at Orlando's market, there was a network issue for about 2 days over a weekend, but that was also fixed. So it was our first time deploying cameras. You know, of course, there's always room for improvement, but I know that the sheriff shared that having that video footage is helpful. If there is a crime they need to go back and investigate, that gives them that opportunity to look at that footage. And the most important part was giving the sheriff the access so that if there is a crime committed, we are covered in that way. But we kept the sheriff's office in the loop at all times with this. We truly apologize. We wanted to do something that no county's ever done, and we wanted to do this live streaming thing. We were trying to rest the public assured that everything was okay, and if they wanted to watch these drop boxes, they could. We do apologize. We're probably trying to roll something like that out. You know, we were on an expedited timeline. We should have did some more troubleshooting and investigating to make sure the live streaming would work appropriately. So I will take that that understanding that that was probably a bad call on our part, and I do apologize to the public if there was concern, but please rest assured the sheriff had access, we have the recordings, and we can go back and look at it if we need to.
Thank you. So I'm not sure what these dollar amounts encompass, but and maybe we can have some discussion here, but what I'm kind of interested in is we had a discussion before this board of the state requires, how many boxes are we supposed to have?
13.
13. And then the board approved to move it up to 25 boxes. Some of the later boxes in discussing with Olivia at the warehouse, and there were some that really didn't have any, you know, significant activity anyway. The state, why we're spending the district's money for an extra 10 boxes that really wasn't required. And not only that, but when we're leasing cameras, that's 10 more locations that we've got to pay for monitoring of. It's, you know, it's equipment, it's staff, it's, you know, a lot more time. What exactly is this money for? Is this for primary? And why didn't we get this before I guess that's where I'm concerned. It's backlogged, but then it's going to the November election too. Does this assume that we're asking for money for 25 cameras again, plus the 25 previous? What exactly is this?
So the Secretary of State allotted each county a specific amount for election security, and we knew about that early on. However, it takes time for them to get their agreements out. So the only reason you didn't see this item before Election Day was because the Secretary of State, we were waiting on them to send us the contract so that we could get it approved by county council and move forward. And so this was as soon as I could get it in front of you. However, we were aware of the grant and the allotted amount prior to the election, and so we want to do cameras, we can utilize this grant for both elections. In full transparency, it'll cover most of the November election if we do the 25 cameras, but I believe there'll be about a $25,000 piece that we will have to pay out of our ROV budget for the cameras for November. But this is just to offset that. It's a grant that's offered through HAVA. We wanted to utilize the funding for something that we wanted to do. And to also share, we had 27,000 people drop a ballot off at a ballot box, to what Supervisor Dean was speaking to. The ROV warehouse, we didn't see very many ballots returned there, nor Lomelli Gardens. The lovely lady that agreed to have a box there, she keeps her own hours and they're very sporadic. So we want to ensure that our voters aren't deterred because they don't know if she's going to be open or not. And so those are the two that we were concerned about possibly moving for the November election. But outside of that, I mean, we had a low turnout. It was 34%, but we did see 27,000 voters actually utilize a drop box. So I think those are important things to note.
So one of the things I'd like the board to consider, and you're going to hear more on when we get to the Stockton East, in one of the other discussions. Again, you know, it might cost another $25,000 out of the ROV budget. What that really means is your local fire district or Stockton East Water District, because they have to pay a percentage of this too, and costs are just continuing to go up every year, and we need to look at this. My view is the state required us to have 15. That's what we should have done. You still have 186 post office boxes, and kudos also for getting the precinct count up to how many on-site precinct? locations do we have?
We went from 127 to 153.
So there's 153 polling locations all over the county, which probably will increase in November as well too. But a lot less to keep an eye on too as we go in November if we went back to the 15. I just wonder if there's any interest in a discussion.
And through the chair, just to clarify, drop boxes are not billed to the election, so there's very specific costs. So the drop boxes were something we bought outright. We don't bill that. We do bill labor though, so if there are temporary staff that are doing the ballot retrieval, we do bill the labor. So just to be clear, like the cost.
And that's what I'm concerned about
Yeah,
is labor,
100%.
staff, mileage, everything else, the cameras that you're going to have to lease again, everything else. So. Any other supervisors care to chime in?
So that was my concern. Number one, did it work? So the video recording. Number two, we're the only county that's done it. So what do other counties do for keeping it safe? And what's stopping someone from stuffing a mailbox? Because postage is free on ballots. So I can never understand. We do all this. There's a post office box behind Lincoln Center that just sits there. What's the difference? Can you explain that to me?
I think voters need options, and there's a lot of people that don't trust the post office. I don't mean to say that like that. We have a great working relationship, and they did an excellent job for us this time around. But there's people, people have their beliefs about whatever process. And so, we just have evidence showing that 48,000 people, 27,000 people in this election. And we signature verify. And as you all know, due to recent events with a particular city council member, we made sure that we had teams that we're doing a very vigorous signature verification process to ensure that those signatures match. And if they don't, they're being challenged. We're reaching out to the voter and getting clarification that is their signature and getting the cure letter. So I think that some voters just really want to use a drop box. Some voters want to return it through them. I mean, we were very split. We had 21,000 voters show up at a polling place on election day just to drop their vote by mail off. We had another 27,000 voters use a drop box, and then the remaining voters utilize the post office, which was about 60,000. So when you break it out, there's options available, and the voters utilize the option that best suits their particular situation, I would say.
Right, because we don't want to hinder accessibility. I mean, and I get that, but I mean, and the Shakir Khan thing, that was because somebody caught him. So, I mean, for somebody to go and watch all this footage, good luck with that with, 25 cameras. I mean, but that's all accessible to people, whoever would want it.
If they wanted to do a public records request, the only cost would be the drive, and it's 7 terabytes of data. So that's going to be interesting when we get to that, because usually when we do the PRA, we're offering the footage, but there's the cost of the thumb drive or whatever, and a standard thumb drive is not going to hold the data. So it might be something to where we have to allow folks to view it in our office or something. Again, the new part, other counties do record. They just don't do live streaming is what I was referring to. The live streaming piece was the new piece. Stanislaus County, they record at all of their drop boxes, and I believe they retain the footage as well. So it's just the live streaming part that was new that didn't work out in our favor. But we do have the footage. It is available, and it is a lot of footage, though. That is true.
No, thank you. And also thank you for opening up your office to whenever anybody has any questions. And I don't think that people understand the accessibility of your guys' office. If anybody ever wants to come and observe, that they're more than welcome to do that. So thank you.
Yeah, Olivia, thank you for all your hard work on this selection. You and your staff, I know that you're going through a lot, and you're on the phone 24 hours a day, and you never got some sleep, but it was I thought overall it went very well for everyone. I didn't have any major complaints. At this time, I'm going to open it to the public. Anything else? Stuart, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I've always laughed thank you. When I go to the pharmacy and they have you sign on that, pad, collect your, I always laughed at the signature because, how doesn't matter when you go to a credit card reader. Well, it was the same thing when I voted in person and they had these, pads set up on the table. How do you do signature verification?
So believe it or not, signature verification has not been done for a long time. Even when you sign the paper rosters back in the day, they do what they call vote no vote. When those rosters come back election day, I don't know if you ever noticed, there's a barcode next to each voter's name with their voter ID. All they do is wherever there's a signature, and this is for many, many years, beep, 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 beep. That's
But
how
wait a
it's
minute,
done.
you just got done telling us you went through
For
a
vote
very
by mail. for vote by mail. Vote by mail ballots get signature verified. At the polls, when the person shows up in person, those signatures are not verified, but we do keep them on hand. So think about it. The polls close at 8 p.m. We have a requirement to the state to report all of those poll ballots on election night before we go home. Where would we have time to do any kind of signature verification? It's not done.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But just to note, and this isn't on us as a county.
100%.
This is one of those state things where you don't need a driver's license, your signature doesn't have to match. I mean, so.
I hate delivering bad news. I apologize.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comment is now open. If you would like to speak on behalf and speak to the board.
Carla.
You have 3 minutes.
Hopefully you won't hear my stomach growling. So good afternoon. I'm not here very often in the afternoon, but I'm Carla Heaney and I'm from San Joaquin County. So the EAC in January, a presentation from the ROV office regarding the surveillance on the drop boxes. The system was a total failure. We were promised, the public was promised that we would have a grid to look at all of the outdoor boxes. Like we talked before, we could do 10 seconds at a time, and the sheriff's department only had that available. I don't care that they're stored somewhere. We were promised that we could watch it. So to pay this money, it's like if I built a house and it fell down, would I pay the bill? No. So I'm suggesting that this grant not be approved. Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward.
Good afternoon. So 62,000 people use the post service and 28,000 use drop boxes. That's double, more than double the people use the mail system, just to let you know. So good afternoon, everybody. So the Dropbox surveillance live stream system didn't work as we were promised it would, and we were given a long song and dance presentation about how great it would be, but then we couldn't view the live stream, as you know, and our computers were blamed, and of course that was false, and then the footage got cut off about a week later. And that's unacceptable. It kept us from monitoring our own voting system efficiently, and we want to access all the videos without any objection at all. So, and for the future, I do have a suggestion for the funding of the security of drop boxes. Let's have staffed drop boxes where somebody stands out there. California law says we can do that. Have them open from Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, government hours, and including the one drop box that has to be open for 12 hours a day. So doing the math, for 25 drop boxes, it would be $90,000. And if we had 13 drop boxes, it would be just $47,000. So that would be 7,000 more. The 47,000 would be 7,000 more than the cameras, but at least they would work. So that again would be 90,000 for 25 drop boxes and 47,000 for 13 man drop boxes. And I want to alert you too that yesterday we got 800 more ballots were found. Where did they come from this late in the count? They've all been collected from all the sources. This isn't possible. The count jumped from 661, you have the paper in front of you. The count jumped from 661 ballots to 1,462. That's an 800 count jump upwards. You don't find ballots this late in the day. Was there some kind of a ballot dump? And where's the chain of custody on these ballots? You can't just find them magically. This cannot be trusted. As a citizen, I am suspicious of these 800 extra ballots. And as a candidate, I am extra suspicious because my race is only separated by 120 votes from the next person. I'm very suspicious of finding ballots magically at this late in the game. So apparently we need a security service at the ROV office to stop this kind of thing from happening as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Molly Watkins. Retroactive. So we did the Dropbox approval, or you did the Dropbox approval in September. They talked about money for cameras. Why is it retroactive? Why didn't it? And do you realize when I pulled the paperwork on this, it's a block grant. It's peculiar to me that in the paperwork that was provided in your packet, it doesn't say what you're going to spend the money on. I fill out grants for a variety of agricultural things, and I always have to tell them what I'm going to spend the money on. But in this grant, it gives you 3 pages of options of things that are acceptable to spend the money on. But I don't see anywhere in the paperwork where it says what the money is going to be spent on. It says the purpose of the grant is, quote, improvement of the administration of elections. That's all it says. So, again, very peculiar. Why? Why retroactive? Thank you.
New item.
Hello, my name is Alex Olaferis. So going back to these cameras, they're another failure. We were promised something, we didn't receive it. And as a taxpayer, most grant monies are paid for by the taxpayers, and they should not get paid or monies funded for. This program didn't work. But the important thing is who's watching this footage. Did the sheriff, did someone watch it every minute of this footage, or is it stored? This is the problem. We're not having monitored elections. We just don't. And let me tell you, it took, I actually found somebody, and it was right out on the day of a primary, and I was in his building, and by chance I saw somebody stuffing the ballots, the drop box here. Yeah, I knew what I was looking at, and boy, do we get it. Folks, who's watching it? I propose we go down to 13 drop boxes, cut out the rest, and hire personnel. Hire a security guard. Or even have one of our sheriffs out there monitoring with their video cameras, detailing who's coming, what's the license plate, who's the person. Folks, this is what we should be doing. We don't have monitored election. We don't have election security. And you want to get money for this is like gaslighting us. It's like a dog and pony show. It's ridiculous. And you wonder why there's record voter turnout. Because people are waking up and they're catching on. And no, we're not going away. We're not going to go away until we have same-day voting ballots. We don't have the voting machines. Oh, yeah, and I went to the polls, and we don't have secret ballot. They take the ballot. I went in. They take the ballot at the machine. She takes out my ballot. She could probably see who I was voting for and fed into the machine. We don't have secrecy. Australian ballot talk. That was probably 100 years ago. Folks, it's a joke.
Anyone else like to speak? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. Bring you back to the board. Olivia, would you like to comment on some of the comments we have received?
I think clarity on the additional ballots. So there were two, they were under camera the entire time since they've been in our office. There was 2.5 trays of ballots on the bottom shelf that had a sticker on them that said void. My staff, so as you know, many of my staff are new, and I'm thinking that we're not including those in the count because they've already been determined as not counted. There's not counted over here, and then these 2.5 trays that say void. They should have had a sign on them that said under review, because what it is when a voter changes their party after the first ballot is mailed, if a voter updates their registration and they change their party or they move to a different precinct, we have an obligation to either count the first ballot by duplicating it to the new resident's precinct and all of that with whatever they're allowed to vote for. But what we're waiting on is to see if the second ballot came in. So that ballot was voided in the system because there was a second ballot looming out there. That second ballot never showed up, so now we had to make a determination. So I've asked the staff member to please label those under review for the future so that I understood when I did the unprocessed report. So that's where the additional ballots came from. They were under camera in our ballot processing room, and so they didn't just appear out of anywhere. They did exist. They are real. I actually made a call to the county administrator's office last evening, like, hey, just letting you know this happened. If the board has any questions, please, let them know. So that's what happened. No craziness. It's exactly what it was. It was a mislabeling, and I apologize for that.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to compliment our ROV's office, the effort, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things happening. But having taken the tour, I know several people that went into the facility during the process as legally allowed to be observers, and they complimented how more so than ever, there's more transparency, more cameras, more visibility, and basically a wide open process. There wasn't any restriction. People weren't shut down. There was nothing mysteriously happening. So these are steps forward. Listening to election advisory committee, seeing best practices, getting our county up to speed. Compliments to you and staff for doing exactly that. Would you explain to me ballot stuffing? What is the term ballot stuffing? And is it illegal? What's this term ballot stuffing?
So I think it's a term being utilized to sort of describe ballot harvesting. So in the event that a person can't send their own ballot back or they ask somebody. So we always tell the public, if you're going to give your ballot to somebody to return for you, make sure it's a trusted source. But in the state of California, as we know, I can give you my ballot and say, hey, can you return my ballot for me? And then you're going to sign the authorized agent box and you can put it in the box. So if you have a family of 8 at home and you get everyone's ballots and you're supposed to sign them, we all know that I still have to count them whether somebody signs them or not. And they have 8 ballots and they're putting it in a box. I'm hearing that this national narrative of hundreds of ballots are being stuffed. The one incident that we were made aware of that was on camera, there were only 7 ballots, and it was a particular candidate in the 2022 election. And we clearly identified who the candidate was, and they were returning the ballots of their household. So the thing that we're hearing at the national level, I have not seen that in San Joaquin County. I have not heard of that. And as you know, if somebody sees something like that and they let us know, I have Sheriff Withrow on speed dial on my county phone. So if there's something that we need to report, him and I are in close communication on that. So I think they're taking the term ballot stuffing and it's referring to that ballot harvesting law. But I think when their intention is somebody's taking a boatload of ballots and stuffing them all into a box, I believe is where where folks are getting that terminology.
Right. So, and let's say in this instance, somebody has taken 8, 10, 12, let's say they got ambitious, knocked on their neighbors' doors and helped facilitate 25 ballots to be put into a drop box. Now, first off, is that a state or federal violation to knock on neighbors' doors or your friends and family and gather ballots to put them in a box?
Not at all.
Is there a limit on how many ballots they're allowed to have their fingerprints on, take custody of, and drop off?
There is not. There's a limit that they have 3 days to get those to my office or in the mail. So they can't have them in their custody for longer than 72 hours is the only rule around.
Okay. And when they receive them, they're supposed to be sealed. Is it perhaps a protocol that's recommended when this person's voting?
Make sure it's sealed. Make sure the voter has already signed it. And then you sign the authorized agent. That would be the proper way to do it and to return it.
Okay. And I'm just trying to have an understanding of this to see where the violation is and what's the trust stuff. Now, when a ballot is stuffed, so there's more than one put in, and each envelope's going to have its own signature.
Correct.
That has to match the voter file, which is uniquely different than if you vote in person. There is no signature verification. You could do this on it, and that may not be your actual signature, but it'll count as your vote, your official. So if they have a ballot that's in an envelope, it's sealed, what's to prevent them going to Kinko's, FedEx, and copying those envelopes and the ballots and duplicating so that they've manifested a magical number of ballots that's going to change a vote? How do we prevent the fraud of duplicity?
So a ballot paper, I don't know if you ever noticed, they have a special weight to them. They also have a watermark on them. And when you're in a partisan primary like this one, each party has its own watermark on its ballot. So that watermark has to be present. And here's the other part. Those barcodes, if you photocopy the ballot, it's not going to run. You're not going to be able to just take a photocopy and run it through our system. Our system will back it out. We'll know that the paper's not accurate. We won't see the watermark. So there's several things in place that would prevent us from allowing that to happen.
And is that unique to San Joaquin County, or is that unique to the state? That's a state law that everybody has to do this?
It has a watermark intent, every ballot in the state of California. Yes.
So I know that I spoke with somebody who said, I've got my family all the ballots, they signed them, and I dropped them off. Is that now, because I think he said about 6 or 8 ballots that were his family that he dropped off. Was he officially ballot stuffing?
It would be participating in ballot harvesting officially.
Ballot harvesting,
yes.
and there's no law against that.
There's not, just another law I didn't share is you can't offer compensation. So you can't say, hey, give me your ballot, I'll give you $1. You can't do that. And it's non-monetary as well. So it's not just, you can't offer money, goods, services, any kind of thing like that whatsoever. Any sort of compensation is not, you're not allowed to offer that for someone's ballot.
Understood. Well, he wasn't paying his family members, his
Correct.
his mother, father, wife, daughter, son. He gathered up the ballots and dropped them off. So that's considered ballot stuffing by slang term, perhaps.
Correct.
So, and he did not violate
Not
a
at all.
state or federal law.
Correct. Not at all.
So perhaps he was actually ambitious to make sure that somebody voted and they turned in their ballots to support the process in America of voting. Would that be possible?
That would be possible, absolutely.
Okay, and that wasn't in violation of federal or state or county law?
Nope.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Anyone else like to speak on this item?
A clarification. What Supervisor Patty just said is not a violation if they sign that they took the ballot to the box. They could collect 20, 30 of them, but you still, as family member, dad, neighbor, good citizen, you still have to sign that you were the one transporting it. Ballot stuffing, ballot harvesting, same term, but if you're paying people for their ballots and you take them and you stuff them into a box and you don't sign there's no chain of custody. So that's where the disconnect, the clarification comes from, is people that are collecting ballots legally, illegally, what have you. If they're stuffing them into a ballot box, no camera, no signature, you don't know where they came from. So that signature, and no one's going to go get signatures on all of them that they collected those ballots. So that's kind of where the difference.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. When are we going to be certifying the election, do you think?
April 2nd.
So we're going to take the whole time?
We are, because of cure letters. Something else that we were under scrutiny for a bit was the people that wanted to cure their ballot, because we weren't identifying exactly when we were going to certify the election. They didn't know. The law states that they have 2 days before certification. So when it's a rolling target on when we're going to certify, it doesn't give the public transparency. So no harm, no foul. We can wait till the 2nd. We're allowed to wait till the 2nd. And then Friday will be the last day that we take cure letters, and then we'll be able to certify on Tuesday.
No, why don't we take your letters earlier?
We take them all through the process, but they have up until 2 days before we certify. So in order to make a solid date, we wanted to be able to go all the way to April 2nd and say 2 days before April 2nd, which happens to fall on a Sunday. So they have the last business day, which is Friday.
All right. And then by November, the live feed will be taken care of, right?
I don't know that we'll get the live feedback because of bandwidth. I mean, it's very expensive is how the vendor shared it with us. So the idea would be that the sheriff would have access to the dashboard from day one, and they would be able to monitor that on their end. And I can work with the sheriff's office to ensure that that's happening if we go that route.
Right, but for the live feed for bandwidth, so I take it the company stored the bandwidth, right? So it wasn't something we need to do here at ISD?
Not at all. ISD did they double checked and triple checked and seen if they could intervene in any way, and they weren't able to.
But we could get the live feed up if we want to pay for it, right?
If we want to pay for it, but I think they were talking about like hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's a solar camera that operates off of cellular that then has to come through our website, through the county's firewall, and I might be saying it wrong, but through the county's network, and then ROV has like its segregated network inside the county. We're kind of special in that way because we're elections, and it has to come through that. It's on our website. Then you have a person with possibly a cell phone or Wi-Fi at their house that are logging in to try to get it. So the way I'm being told is the bandwidth is a huge issue to live stream onto our website, which I wish I would have known that sooner. So.
All right, yeah, I'd like to get more information on that. I guess I'll do it off when I'm not here, because if you could live feed this meeting, or live feed baseball games and all this other different stuff, Why couldn't you do it on a cheaper basis?
When they logged into the live streaming, like they would get 10 seconds and then it would just buffer and buffer and buffer and buffer. And I did a couple of meetings with the vendor, like, hey, what can we do about this? They're like, oh, it's very expensive and this, we fix it the best we can and it works on my side. I'm like, well, for whatever reason, the public's not able to view it, and they got 10 seconds and that was it. So we can continue to look into it. I mean, I would love to have it. I just don't want to make a promise of something that already failed.
What about a different vendor?
There are two vendors that do these cameras, and the one that that's funny because as I drove around the county over the last 2 months, I was looking, like whenever you go to Walmart or you go to a construction site, I was peeking over the fence, like, what brand is that? And every single one of the cameras that I found here in the county were that LVT, which is the company that we use. So you go to Walmart, you go anywhere that you see those cameras with the blue lights up top, they're all LVT. So we definitely can look into an alternate vendor, but when we looked, we had two choices, and the other one was more expensive than the vendor that we went with.
Yeah, I don't think we should close the door on a live feed at all.
We can definitely look into it, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? At this time, I'd like to accept a motion.
Move to approve the grant funding.
Second. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion approved is 4-1. Thank you very much for that presentation. Have a wonderful day. Moving on to item number 4. Oh, you're back.
And I'm back.
Approve a billing adjustment for the November 8th, 2022 general election for the Stockton East Water District. Authorize a budget appropriation be increase of $100,000 for the Register of Voters Office budget number 101, $3 million, and approve related budget adjustments. Ms. Olivia Hale.
All right, so for the first item, we were able to look at the Stockton East water bill, and in our meetings with Stockton East, it was determined that their concern was in their original ballot that had the misprint. We only printed District 5 and District 7. And so in order to give it specific a discount or an adjustment for Stockton East Water based on their circumstance with their election, we took the voters for District 5 and District 7, and that totaled that voter. We used our methodology, and that's what reduced their bill from $511,075 to $287,889.11. And we believe that this is acceptable to Stockton East Water, as this was their concern, and so we are giving them that bill based on the voters' totals in those two districts, or those two subdivisions only.
Anyone? Supervisor Ding? Well, I'm sorry, Supervisor Campbell's first. Okay.
No, I just so everybody heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just assumed when you pay taxes, elections, is one of the few things they pay for, not that. I mean, I was shocked when I found out. I mean, even $286,000 seemed excessive to me. Thank you, though. And Stockton East, they're appreciative, and we're going to look at the calculations on all special districts to see if there's a different accounting method on how we can do this. But again, it goes back to every time we spend money on an election, the costs get dispersed down the road. So thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I was glad to look at this, but I mean, because there's still a $200,000, so we have to backfill the difference.
Right.
So the county's paying for that out of the general fund, correct?
We have the appropriations within the ROV budget, so that, yeah. Go ahead, Dennis.
Excuse me, Supervisor.
Dennis Manzo, Elections Manager, sorry.
Thank you.
So this is unbudgeted revenue. There will be no negative impact on the ROV budget, no negative impact to the net county cost. There was no assumption in the current fiscal year budget or expectation for this revenue. So an adjustment to the bill we feel is appropriate.
Okay, because part of my concern was, you don't want everybody questioning their bill. So, I mean, the $100,000 is to find a best practice, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that everyone's charged and it's fair and equitable amongst everybody.
Correct.
Because every election, you're going to have somebody come and say, hey, I don't like my bill either. And then, you know what I mean? It's going to start this snowball effect where I think, so the $100,000 will do this. So this one-time correction for Stockton East is a one-time until we figure out what better practice to bill everybody to pay their share, right?
Yeah, and to clarify, like it was Stockton Eastwater had a specific issue. It's their adjustments not related to our billing methodology. Their adjustment is because they had on the original ballot only 5 and 7, and we said that we would cover the cost of the supplemental ballot. And so the way they viewed it was a little different than what we viewed it. Okay. And so it's very specific to the error that they had. It has nothing to do with the methodology. However, the methodology that we utilize needs a review, and so we're asking for the $100,000 to do that. Being clear though that the methodology we currently use was vetted by an audit company, a third-party audit that the county regularly utilizes. The auditor's office currently utilizes them. So the methodology we currently have, there's nothing wrong with it. However, there are other options available, and so we want to use the $100,000 to ensure that we have the best, most equitable billing methodology for San Joaquin County.
Okay, that's perfect, because that's what my concern was. Okay, yeah, we're going to give you this refund, and the method to the madness is still there, and then it's going to open up this door. And I'm thinking, okay, great. If we were going to give the refund, then possibly wait till after we figured out if it's fair and equitable for everybody, and then do it. But you're comfortable with doing the refund now?
We're crystal clear that they had a ballot error that's very specific to their situation, and not because there's an issue with the billing methodology. But we could probably do better, so why not look into it? And as Supervisor Dean shared, these little special districts, let's do our best by them. Let's put our best foot forward, and that's the goal of doing a reassessment of the current.
Because it's taxpayer money, so we need to be
100%.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor
Standing.
Excuse me, I apologize, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, it's not a refund. We're just adjusting the bill. No bill has been paid. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Yeah.
Sandy.
Thank you. I just wanted to add through the chair, Supervisor Canada, just going back to whether it was a net county cost or not. Although this reduction in the bill is not the $100,000 that we're going to look at the methodology, that is going to be from the contingency provision budget. So that is a hit, $100,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? I see none at this time to open a public comment. Anyone like to speak on this item, please come forward. I see none. I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion to approve it?
Move to approve.
We have a first and a second, and we have a vote, please. And the item passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And just before I head out, I'd like to say shout out to my elections department. I can't do it without those people. They are wonderful, and the staff has been built from the ground up over the last 2 years, and they're doing a fantastic job. And I just want them to know that, because they're probably, a few of them are probably watching the meeting, and I want them to know they're doing a stellar job and to keep up the good work. So thank you.
Well, on behalf of the board, we're proud of them and you as well, and congratulations to all. Supervisor Patty, go ahead. Oh, I thought you wanted to speak. I saw you going like this.
Have
I thought you were posing for the
Thank
camera.
you.
Wasn't sure. I know. I agree there. I thought you were going to do it again, though. Okay, item number 5, discussion, Health and Human Services, Neighborhood Preservation, receive a presentation and approve application for homeless housing, assistance, and prevention round 5 funds, fraud, I don't know where that came from. Funds for a total of $6.9,014,426, and authorized deposit of funds in an interest-bearing trust fund, numbered 81385. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Natasha Garcia. Could you please turn on your microphone? Yes, I can. Usually I project enough. Good afternoon. I'm Natasha Garcia. I'm the Interim Program Administrator of Homeless Initiatives, and this is Krista Fizer, CEO of Prevail and Chair of our San Joaquin Continuum of Care. We want to appreciate you for giving us the opportunity to present to you today. We have been listening to you, and we hear your frustration, and we too are frustrated. And we just wanted, hopefully with your approval and support, to help move things forward and to do more. I'm going to pass it over to Krista to share the HAP 5 presentation.
Thanks, Natasha. Before we jump into this, and I promise it will not be a long and lengthy presentation, Thank you for having us here today. As some of you know, in January, I became the chair of the COC, and since this is my first time formally presenting to you all as the chair of the COC, I want to stay consistent and share with you a bit about myself, same as I've done recently at the COC General Membership Meeting, the COC Board Meeting, and our City of Stockton presentation. First, I would like to share that my personal and professional values include alignment, transparency, productivity, and accountability. And this is how I am committed to show up each and every time I am at the table. Second, there is a lot of work to be done. That doesn't mean we haven't done good work or any work, but it does mean that there is a lot of work ahead of us. As you probably know, the COC is currently made up of an all-volunteer board, and this can make it challenging to address the needs of our community in a timely manner. At the highest level, there are 3 nuances that need to be addressed. These include expectations. Number 1, expectations. It's critical that we understand, balance, and be responsible and accountable for the competing expectations from the federal and state government, along with local government and the community. These expectations range from strategic planning and administrative tasks to providing outcome-driven services and decreasing visible homelessness. The second nuance is infrastructure. To effectively manage the millions of dollars of services earmarked for reducing, preventing, and ending homelessness, we must ensure our infrastructure has capacity. These needs range from administrative nature, such as managing contracts and programs, to operational systems such as HMIS, coordinated entry, and procurement, and other processes and policies. And third, what seems to always be the elephant in the room is around conflicts of interest. Regardless of opinions, we must document our expectations and processes to manage and disclose conflicts of interest. I'll use myself as an example. In addition to being chair of the COC board, I am also the chair of the System Performance and Evaluation Committee. This is the committee that makes recommendations on funding. As a representative of Prevail, I am also a recipient of these funds. We need transparency around conflicts, all of them, so we can effectively manage them as we move forward. I share these pieces about me so everyone knows where my commitment lies. It lies fully in supporting change throughout our community. So as we move through the HAP 5 action plan, which is tied to $14 million, it has been accepted by the COC board and the City of Stockton. Please know that we hope to work in alignment with you on implementation of next steps. And with that, we'll jump into the presentation. So this is round 5 of the state's Homeless Housing and Assistance Prevention Program. We will refer to it as HAP 5, and this plan was prepared by Rain Community Development. A quick background, this is a $1 million program for which $1 billion program for which $14 million is earmarked for San Joaquin County. At the highest level, the City of Stockton is allocated about 51%, which is just over $7 million, while the county and COC will receive the remaining 49%, just under $7 million. This is the timeline, which quickly demonstrates how quickly we've moved through this process. You can see that Cal ICH released the NOFO at the end of September. We entered an agreement with the City of Stockton to take the lead on the process in November. The RFP and contract process was completed in January, and that left us with a lot of work to complete in 6 to 8 weeks before tomorrow's application submittal deadline. The planning process ranged from utilizing existing data, vision, goals, and recent reports, and expanded into key informant interviews, public meetings, workshops, surveys, and data analysis. And some key findings just related to the strengths, challenges, and community needs. You can see here, it lists the number of strengths, all of the challenges. I don't think anyone's surprised by the community needs. To me, what this really says is we are doing good work, but we're not necessarily prioritizing work based off of the need and systematic strategies. Key actions, there are both some operational and systematic key actions that I just referred to. You'll see here operational is improving system performance, connecting individuals to support services, and addressing institutional exits, while systems really are around creating a regional homeless housing pipeline, updating our COC's orienting framework, so not just looking at COC dollars only, but looking at other dollars in funds, and aligning our governance charter to ensure that it's addressing new regulations. This table here, what you'll see is the first column on the left has our mandated performance measures, all of the objectives. The middle column are actions recommended around areas of program funding, and then the right column is recommended areas of system support. So in that middle column, you can see there's going to be recommendations around permanent housing, shelter, and outreach and prevention. And then in the right column, you'll see there are some system support funds available, and those are intended to focus on strengthening the COC, strengthening data collection and management, linkages to permanent housing and other long-term support services, and measuring the work towards equitable outcomes. This is the funding plan. At the top, you'll see eligible uses, including permanent housing, shelter operations, street outreach, system support, and admin or HMIS expenses. The table, you'll see, along with those proposed eligible uses, how much is intended to be allocated from the county and COC portion versus what that looks like for the City of Stockton portion. And then at the bottom of those tables, you'll see that 10% is required to be set aside specifically for youth. And recommendations and next steps, I will hand over to Natasha.
Thank you very much. So we have a 5-point action plan that with the approval today and our submission tomorrow that we plan to go forward with as quickly as possible to have you approve this HAP 5 report. The second one is to draft infrastructure for the COC capacity and accountability, as well as for the San Joaquin City-County Alliance, modify the COC charter. Fourth, complete the collaborative applicant MOU. And fifth, initiate the alliance. And so we are just coming today to recommend that you please approve this presentation, this report, so that we can submit. Thank you.
Great. Anyone like to comment on this item? Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. I want to make one point, and then I'm going to refer to, Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Caniff have been putting the bulk of the work in trying to address this crisis, so I'd rather hear more from them than listen to my lips flap. But you made an interesting comment to me a couple of weeks ago, and I really can't get it out of my head. And it's, I kicked myself because it was your idea and not mine. But you said we take millions of dollars that are earmarked and intended to eliminate homelessness, but that's not really the criteria. We hand out money to people because they feed them and clothing them and showering them and everything else, and that's admirable. But it's not the purpose of this money, and that when we're handing out money to NGOs or other agencies, the criteria ought to not be how many people you're helping, but how many people you're taking off the street. What's the result of that action? So that stuck in my head, and that's kind of where I'm going at in any plan we come up with, and that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Chair. This subject is rife with needs and many interests and different ways to get there. And I just want to compliment Vice Chair Canepa, his Chief of Staff, Ms. Calder, my Chief of Staff, Mike Anderson, and the COC, Natasha, everybody that's getting involved. Casey Rain, who I know quite well, has been very volunteered. She worked, Director Dietrich, the efforts to get here. to take what we've done in the past and recognize that that's not enough, and to recognize that there's ways we need to dive into this, reinvent, and understand that there's ways to pivot, that we have to adjust and amend and approach things in a different way, and to be as collaborative as we are with partners. I know the United Way is involved. We know that you've got expansions in shelters. We know that there's multiple partners, and there's no one pathway to identify success. But we also know that the public wants to see the unsheltered and this issue addressed. And this plan is responsive. I appreciate the effort, the energy that's been put into this. I know that there's the old way and there's new ways, and there's sometimes pushback, and appreciate that you're being strong and steady on what we need to do moving forward. So I would encourage this board to support this. This is one piece of the puzzle going forward, but there's a lot of great, valuable information that's been presented, and you can see there's ways to pivot and move and adjust as we go forward. So I just want to commend the efforts that are underway, and again, Vice Chair Canepa, Ms. Calder, and the many people in San Joaquin County that are working to make a difference, including, again, my Chief of Staff, Mike Anderson. We're trying to keep our fingers on the pulse of what we need so we can keep doing something, different, better, or more. And thank you for bringing this forward to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
Well, thank you for this presentation. It's just always crazy that we're asking for more money and we still have $35 million that we haven't spent. So I've been learning a lot, and thank you guys for, helping me with the information. So it's just so sad because we were talking about the good old boys network, and now they're saying it's a good old girls network. Well, I don't care whose network it is, but we need to fix this. There's a lot, if I do some of the self-dealing, and thank you for mentioning it, I think I'm in an orange jumpsuit, you know what I mean? Because, we get a $250 campaign donation and we can't vote on something for a year. So it's very interesting, and I think people need to be held accountable. And what we're doing and how we're doing it is, I think, the best way. So everybody, unfortunately has to look in the mirror. And I think, like we've talked about, is we need to figure out the outcomes. And so we as a county throw all this money out there, all this money. We don't have enough people checking the grants to make sure that it's being spent expeditiously. And then we have folks that, since we can't hire our own folks to do the work, we hire non-county agencies. So there's a whole nother area, just strife, not for fraud or anything, but making sure that the dollars that we spend get us the best bang for the buck. So, there's lots of variables, obviously coming through here, and the information. So it's like, hey, when we do it there's so many different pots of money. So just like the misinformation on homelessness, whether it was $100 million or $150 million or $200 million annually, what flows through the continuum of care ranges from $47 million to $100 million to $150 million that flows through behavioral health and different agencies, which we run as the county. So I know it's flow through of money, and it's the federal money and all these different buckets. So it's hard, and holding people accountable is hard. And I always sit up here and bang my head about, are we doing the best thing with the money that we're given? So part of my problem is we already have $35 million. Now we're asking for, this is another $14 million. And Carrie Wright, thank you for coming from the city of Stockton. So I think it's important that we do figure out how we're not duplicating services and giving the same organizations double the money, because obviously they can do, grant funding through the city and the county and the continuum of care. So, I applaud you, and I know this is the deadline. So, we need to have this done by tomorrow to get it in, because we can't leave money on the table. But I think it is important that we step back, because we are the co-applicant for the continuum of care and the COC, and it's a lot to understand. In one breath, you want people with lived experience, but at least, you're on the committee that picks the competition and you receive money. It's a little bit alarming. But that's the way that it's set up now. The other problem is coming forward, and the report has a lot of information. Maybe when we give out money, and I don't know, I'm sure there's guidelines to say, hey, because it's expensive for people to put the data into the HMIS. But some of the information that we got from the state is not good data. So that's even a kind of more alarming thing. So there's tons of red flags, but getting them all in order. And I mean, I can scroll because I can go on probably for an hour of just the stuff that I've learned in the past 16 months being here. But I mean, it's important that we do clean it up and make sure that we're given the most bang for the buck and measuring outcomes and how it's affecting people and affecting people's lives. How many people are we, giving housing in perpetuity? How many people are short terms? I mean, somebody said, hey, we're the people that are signing up for the program are considered in the numbers. Well, how do we do that? Because they're getting services. So you could drive a truck through some of the things, and I mean, we've been talking with Director Dietrich, and bless you, and those are the things that I think going forward that we need to fix, because it leads to just strive for mistrust and people to be judgmental, and I want to get that out of it so we can be proud of something, and that when we do say, hey, we are giving it our best try, not just sweeping it under the rug and going forward, whether it's a Good Old Boys Network or Good Old Girls Network, whatever it is. I need to be held accountable, and I hope that everybody else that gets money from this county and the people from the continuum of care, it is taxpayer money, and I think we need to be mindful. But thank you for your presentation, and I read, the report, and some of it is not good when you look in the mirror, but at least now we see what the issues are and how we're going to do it collectively together. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and great to see you again. And I enjoyed our conversation a few months ago, and I think you're doing a great job. It's good to see you at the helm, to have a different pace or a different view on homelessness, and kind of more in cue with what this board has talked about. But no, I agree with Supervisor Canepa, and I mean, I know since I've been on this board, talking about audits and and what the outcomes of us spending this money. I mean, just looking at the stats, of course, it's the state stats, not San Joaquin County specific, but homelessness in California, 2019, 151,000, 224, 181 million. Or excuse me, 181,000. That would be a heck of a increase, wouldn't it? So 151,000 to 181,000. And so throwing money at the problem isn't working. And we spent 16 billion, I think it is. So, more and more money. It hasn't solved it then, it's not solving it now. So, I mean, I could sit here and talk about the underlying causes. I can talk about mental health, substance abuse, but that's not what we're here for. We always talk about audits and, holding people accountable. And, we say it up here on this board, and, people nod their heads, yes, yes. And then that's the last we hear of it. So instead of just talking about it, something needs to be done. I mean, we have to start holding people accountable. If we're giving money to an organization, to a person, whoever it may be, and their outcomes are not good, we shouldn't be giving these people or these folks or these organizations money every single year. And I think this is exactly what the county is doing. So when do we stop just talking about it and and actually implement some kind of policy? And one of the excuses I get, well, that'd be too much time. We have all the different organizations. There's just no way we can do it. Well, something needs to be done. Maybe something random, and a random drawing or whatever it may be, and you pick so nobody knows who's going to get audited. So. But I mean, if we're spending, and on this county alone, we spent $20 million, over 2 years or something like that. I don't have the stats in front of me. So you're looking at what the state spends, the billions, the county spends in tens of millions, and when do we start holding people accountable? When do we start protecting the taxpayers and also protecting those who actually need the money? And I would love to see a breakdown on that. So how can we do that? How can we get some kind of system taking place that we can actually get an audit and find out what's going on? Mr. Dietrich, you're sitting back there, and I ended up talking to you about this several different times. So you have an answer for me?
So all of the subrecipients, I think, are subject to the single audit requirement, but that's really, I don't think to your point, Supervisor Rickman, that's did I spend the money in the category and did the CPA account for it properly? You're looking more for the effectiveness and how many people did we not just serve or in a pipeline, but moved away from homelessness.
No, and not just that. I mean, if I'm giving your organization $1 million, where's that money going to? How much is it going, say if you're the head of it, how much are you making on this? How much is actually going to the people, for one? And we should have a breakdown. I guess we could get it doing a PRA request and get all that information.
So there are budgets, and most of the monies that flow through here are based upon reimbursement. So the money is not fronted by the county. It's the vendor comes out of pocket with their own working capital, submits a reimbursement request that is vetted and then reimbursed. But I think maybe something to your point, if a vendor is paid 3 different ways and you only have visibility a contract at a time, is the executive director paid 5 times over? Is the copier paid 5 times over? How do we look at it from that perspective?
Well, I mean, I know there's money that's coming from different, silos, state, fed, whatever, that we don't have oversight on, but money spent on or spent from the county, we should be able to get any information we want. And if we have a system in place now, like an audit, that doesn't account for that, then we need to change that format so we can see it.
And when you use the word audit, that kind of brings up the Auditor Controller's Office. I think they would be on lead on that. I know I provided some of our, for BHS spending, we do engage with them quarterly with each of our vendors on not just the fiscal, but the programmatic. And I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, with the prior Auditor Controller, there was a movement that on a random selection of board letters, items proffered in the board letter a year later, 2 years later, were those actually accomplished? And maybe that's another avenue, but I think audit is something that probably needs to come from the Auditor Controller's Office.
Well, I guess this board, we can assign it to whoever we want to assign it, right? I mean, but I don't know. I want a plan. I want something. I've been asking for this for 3 years now. I think we're all in agreement on this, and every year it's the same talk. We talk about audit, and we talk about holding people accountable, and nothing ever gets done. It's just frustrating. And again, this is, not targeting any individual, not to target any group or anything, but I mean, we owe it to the taxpayers for one. We owe it to the folks that this money is supposed to be going to, those with, homelessness and stuff, and making sure they get that money. And again, at the bottom line, because we take money from somewhere, or we give money somewhere, we're taking money from someplace else. And we should award, organizations and individuals that are doing the best that they can, meaning that, their outcomes are what people expect. I don't want to end up like the state of California and their disastrous policies that they have over there.
So we are also subject to external audit, and I know neighborhood preservation from the state and the feds, they come in, and we actually over the last several months had to go back to some of our subrecipients and claw back money from our subrecipients because not every I was crossed or T for some of the strict terms and conditions. So we are subject to external audit, but that is not, to your point, a transparent report on what was delivered, the outcomes and the value of the money spent.
Okay, and lastly, and we talked about this before, what about, like apps for real-time shelter vacancies? I thought we mentioned that. Everybody nodded, oh, that's a great idea. And once again, it goes into the void.
Can I respond to your first question, even though
oh, yeah.
I'm going to cautiously respond? Can I see those notes? Yeah. One of the key next steps after today's meeting is drafting some infrastructure, and capacity is the challenge when we're talking COC. And I'm not a county employee, so I can't speak to county processes. But what I can tell you as a recipient and as COC is there is not alignment or someone who is tasked to be responsible for the number of items. Yes, neighborhood preservation has staff, but when we're talking things COC, and that's what I'm here to represent, right? There are administrative responsibilities, there are procurement policies and processes, and the The draft infrastructure, which is one of these, which is the next step, is intended to address those items. So we can clearly say person A is responsible for A, B, and C, such as the items that you're talking about in program monitoring. So when we're looking at measuring outputs versus outcomes, you need both. You need outputs to get to outcomes. That is true. But we also have to stay focused on outcomes by clearly identifying someone who is responsible for that and or a process to oversee it. I think it will help answer your question.
All right, and I mean, it's just that, hey, it's tax season now, and the IRS knows whatever you spend, right? And they down to the penny. If the IRS can monitor millions and millions of people, and I don't even know how many we have. You know, we should be able to with the we have over 7,000 employees in this county. Somebody should be able to do this job, and I'll end it there. But for the apps, where are we at with the apps?
So part of our next step is to create the infrastructure and capacity recommendation. The plan that you guys have in front of you, the presentation that we did, does share best practices. We're looking at that, and our intention is to do that as quickly as possible. And when I say quickly, I mean quickly, not 60 days from now, maybe not 30 days from now. I mean, this is our next effort that we're going to be working on and then sharing with all of you or Greg Dieterich or whoever we are asked to share it with or directed to share it with for input and moving it forward, because that's what we need to do is we need to create this infrastructure. First, we wanted to make sure we had approval for this. And then next is the infrastructure, because I agree with you with what you're saying. We need to hold people accountable, what you guys have all been saying, and we need to move forward quickly and get something done, because as you've all said, these are taxpayer dollars and we are responsible.
Well,
and
yes, ma'am.
I would just add, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I would just add in reference to the app specifically, or something for the community to utilize to understand how many beds are available at any given time. That becomes an HMIS issue. And right now, one of the next steps specifically with HMIS is doing an assessment, having an assessment conducted to see what we actually need. The reality is the COC, the collaborative applicant infrastructure, has outgrown itself, but so has HMIS. Yes, we've had it for years. Yes, we can add pieces onto it, and that's important. But when we pull data for this report, the data is not being entered in systematically. It's not being tracked. We can't track outcomes without having data. And so all these pieces are like cogs on a wheel. They're all connected.
But why can't we in the app? I just don't see why this is so hard. You know, for example, I see Tracy's in the back over there. And Tracy, the city of Tracy, not just some random person. I just want Tracy. But we give Tracy, we gave the city of Tracy over $10 million. And I'm looking at some of the funding here. We're continuing to give them money. And why don't we require these cities to have their, make sure you have an app so that at least local law enforcement and in the sheriff of the unincorporated area that's around, say, the city of Tracy. I'm using city of Tracy because it's in my district. At least they can call somebody at the city of Tracy and say, hey, do you guys have any beds in your facility? Yeah, we do. Okay, this person who's sleeping in the park can't be in the park. So we the whole Idaho case and so on, we're in line with that, and so we can move folks out of our parks. That's one of the big complaints that we get, and I think we all do, is free our parks back up. We want our kids to be in our park. We want to make sure our kids aren't seeing what they have been seeing for the last several years. The needles. I won't even get into some of the stuff in there. But why can't we do that? I'll leave it at that. There's avenues that we can pursue. But again, every time it just gets frustrating hearing we talk about the same thing as government, right? We talk about the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing gets done, or it comes back to us in 2 or 3 years. Don't remember that, and some of us aren't even up here anymore. So, Mr. Dieterich. And I didn't, hold on a second. I know you like to talk a little bit, but I want an answer about how we get these audits done. I mean, to the satisfaction of this board and us spending our money and holding people accountable.
So beyond mentioning the external audits, the auditor controller does do random audits of county departments and maybe direct the board.
Okay, I've heard all this stuff before, so go ahead and stop there. CAO, can you find out? I'll put that into your office if you don't mind, if the board, is okay with that. To find me a system that we can start holding people accountable and protect our taxpayers and making sure our homeless folks get the resources that they need.
And if I may, through the chair.
Yes, please.
I was asking to speak, sorry. I hear you. And yes, while we do, I agree with Mr. Diederich, we do have the auditor who does, and believe me, I know because I have to go through it with our ARPA funding. Mr. Wolkamp and I are still going through our outside auditors, but those are more to the process, as Mr. Diederich said, making sure that we spent it in the right category. I totally understand what you're saying. You would like us to come up with a process to audit the results. What are the outcomes? Tell us how we are is it working? We gave you $1 million. Where is that $1 million going? And so to produce the results so that we're not just continuously giving them funding year over year over year, not knowing what our results are. So not only for this, because I know this is for the HAP funding, but I know our county has a part of that, but for all county processes, I will work on that and bring something back to the board.
All right, thank you. And thank you both very much. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for the presentation and continue the good work. And again, I'm glad to see you at the helm. I have seen changes, so
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And to identify and recognize Supervisor Rickman's concerns on audit. This is something that, again, Vice Chair Canup and I, staff, we've looked at the HMIS. In fact, Ms. Calder had found a company that can build software for $2, $3, $4 million, whatever it was, put together programs. We may be able to embed it into the HMIS. So what we have found over the last year plus, working with Vice Chair Canupa, is that there were gaps. There's a lot of silos. What Continuum of Care is doing is looking to, restructure how that organization is currently structured and be more inclusive. So we've got multiple departments in San Joaquin County embedded with COC. So that's a part of I think, transparency and levels of engagement that would be more transparent. Also, you've got what we have done just a few meetings ago. Working with the Vice Chair, we identified, and our probation department, Chief Jackson, stepped up, and that's going to be where we are structuring basically the home base of our homeless services. So when we start to look at how do we get some accountability, and I think through the CAO's office and with Mr. Wolkamp, we'll be able to have a lot more awareness, a lot more transparency, and a lot more integration. So there's less silos and there's less isolation. We, in spite of what Continuum of Care is doing, in spite of what HAP is doing, we as a board, much to our credit, have funded our major cities with dollars to stand up shelters so that they can now meet that Boise, Idaho, Martin decision and start bringing people in with enforcement. Those beds are being built as we speak, and that'll be, I think, one of the major gateways to changing the metrics of how the public is seeing so many unsheltered people throughout our community. So, these are things that are all in motion now, but we have, as a county, helped facilitate and reinvent how we're addressing the homeless, unlike as we've done in the past. So it's compliments to this board, again, Vice Chair Canupa and staff, for the levels of engagement we have, our department stepping up, taking on additional tasks, Continuum of Care under new direction, Ms. Natasha and Continuum of Care working in partnership, Director Dietrich, I mean, everybody. There's a lot of moving parts, but it's coming together. And we do have structure, which does lead to accountability, I believe, and through our CAO and listening to us and understanding, I think we're going to bring this together and you can get some answers. That is important, and the public does deserve it. So I think all of your points are right on task. So, Chair, that's all at this point, but I just want to compliment the board for what we've done. And again, I'm in full support of this. It meets the metrics of HAP. That doesn't mean we're stopping there. We still have many more things to do, and there's a lot more in motion, and it's one big partnership moving forward. Thank you.
Great, go ahead, buddy.
Chair Villapoto, one of the items coming out of this, if we accept the HAP Round 5 funding, historically neighborhood preservation their staff has been administrating grants, doing RFPs, doing the reporting, paying the bills. There's an opportunity with HAP Round 5 for system improvement and taking some of the applicable dollars and actually growing county staff to do some of those deliverables, to actually do some of the more street level work. But as Krista mentioned, they're looking at an HMI system review. John Mendelson, Central Valley Low Income Housing, has a $94,000 proposal to expand the bed pooling, but that needs to be outside the HMIS. And hopefully over the next 6 months, there might be an opportunity, not that I think perhaps a county could look at taking over HMIS and sharing data more broadly, but I think there's a much cheaper, more integrated, and maybe a nearer term solution for the bed pools organically coming out of the COC processes.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Not yet. Okay, at this time I'm going to do public comment. Anyone else like to come and speak on this item? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. Supervisor Canova.
No, I just wanted to comment. I mean, it's really hard because from our standpoint, everyone says quit giving the money to the same people, but it's really hard to find people that are qualified to do the work. You know what I mean? So we sit here and do you do tried and true, or do you do a bunch of different startups? And that's always the question that the continuum of care gets to choose, obviously, because a lot of the pass through is set by their folks. And I think that was part of the thing, is getting more folks that in the county and the city to sit on there, to sit on the board, so that you get a cross range of not just people that are recipients of the program funding, but actual subject experts that can come in and bring their expertise and bring county and city, because they're obviously on a payroll. And that was the next thing, does it grow itself out where, hey, the continuing care needs a full-time, CEO. And like you said, if we could do that, and maybe, because it's a volunteer board, and Natasha is the one that is the person that does it. But I mean, is it bigger than all of us together? And do we need to grow that also with, people being, representative of the counties and the cities that are on it and the money that passes through? So that's just one comment. But I do want to thank you for putting up with me and all my questions and all the acronyms. And it's just like, we've been to these, and the HMIS thing, one of the alarming things is that law enforcement doesn't really use it. And it's like, well, how is it going to be a tool if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing? And I think that's what we're trying to get at. Where are their beds, so that, we need to find out whose jurisdiction the beds are in, and whether we can share those beds, because a lot of people are, Lodi won't share their beds and Tracy won't share their beds. But I mean, as far as the Boise ruling, is that consider a bed? You know what I mean? So I think what the most important part is that we need to get the people on the streets, the services, that these monies are intended to do. So thank you guys for stepping up and bringing the information out. I know it's good, bad, and ugly, but I think that's the first step in making corrections, is finding out where you have a problem and collectively working at it. So thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Hey, just real quick. I mean, Supervisor Canapa made a good point, is that, and I agree with you 100%, that maybe we should get people from, outside of just, South County and North County, or, except for those that, is that true? The people that are sitting on the board are recipients of a lot of these funds? You find that okay, all right. That's, all right. But am I the only one that think that's odd, or having a problem with that? All right. No, I like it. I just wanted to say good job, and both of you guys I know worked hard, been working hard on this, so keep up the good work.
Through the chair.
Supervisor Canada.
So that was kind of the question. I mean, and so how do, whether it's the vouchers and the construction money and behavioral health money and the partnerships that we build, you know what I mean? Some people, even organizations that do it, whether you have, the housing, HUD monies, and then Carol or Nallis from Visionary, and I can't get vouchers, and you know what I mean? And so those are questions that we need to answer. I mean, people keep saying that it's not fair and it's equitable, that those things need to be figured out so that people can also help their organizations to thrive. I mean, if you have so many people that are doing it, whether it's the HMIS data, and I mean, we've seen that where it's hard and to navigate that. And even doing this report, there were some holes in whether people were reporting in a timely fashion, which, I mean, needs to be fixed. So those are the issues that we're looking at, and how do you fix it? And I think that's approving this plan is the first step, and then going forward, I think, as part of my job is figuring out that we're doing all this correctly. So thank you.
Okay, great. I just want to thank Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canada for spending all the time on this, and of course the COC. I guess it's always a good argument where to spend the money, how to spend the money, and there's so many questions and so many different answers. This time I'm going to accept the motion.
Chair, motion to approve recommendations 1 through 4.
Second.
And we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, and thank you for your time in that presentation. Okay, we have one last item before we'll have the interview right after this, sir. Thank you for being patient and waiting. Last item of the day, from this calendar, for this agenda, is Public Health Services approve a proclamation of April 1st, 2024 through April 7th, 2024 as National Public Health Week in San Joaquin County, and presentation of 2023 Public Health Services Annual Report highlights. Renee Sensorai.
There's a button that goes down.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Did I say your name right, Sensorai? Did I say your name right?
Oh, I was looking for the clicker. I didn't even hear you
Oh,
say
okay.
my name. Renee
Okay.
Senseri.
Sensorai, okay, thanks.
So thanks for having me up here this afternoon.
Yep.
In the interest of time,
Yes.
I will definitely condense my presentation. So in honor of National Public Health Week, Public Health Services is releasing its 2023 annual report, which celebrates improvements and successes realized by its programs and services that reach thousands of clients and residents across the county throughout the year. So the presentation I'm giving you today is a snippet of what PHS has done in the last year. So just some quick highlights. Every year we put out an annual report to share publicly online, and are happy to share with you today. So to start off, I just wanted to share a story. And this story does not stand alone, because we have stories just like this in all of our programs. But this is from the Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program. We got an alert that we had a child exposed to lead, and we responded by getting a team together with a nurse and getting internal and external partners together to mediate the effects. We worked with the Environmental Health Department to do an assessment of the home to try and find the source. And then because the child was experiencing developmental effects, we partnered with the school district to help the child get connected to services. Ultimately, we found the source of lead, and we were able to get it out of the home, and the child is now recovering. And again, I say this is just one story of the great work we do in our programs, but wanted to highlight this for you to kind of start us off.
What was the source? I'm sorry.
The source was actually a spice, an imported spice. Yeah. So public health aims to support the Board of Supervisors' priorities. We are under the advice and the direction of Board of Supervisors and the Healthcare Services Director. We have a mission and vision that support the well-being of the residents of San Joaquin County and now have over 250 staff to support this effort. That was that slide. So just quickly on the spotlights, we have awards and recognition at the individual, program, and department level. And to highlight, our individual award went to Dr. Park from the Association for Community Affiliate Plans Award for Leadership and Advocacy by Health Plan of San Joaquin. This next accomplishment was our academic health department. We are one of 2 academic health departments in the state of California, and we are the only academic health department in Northern California. So it's a partnership between us and the University of the Pacific to enable public health practice and academic departments to build the workforce and also establish and continue to build an evidence base for what we do. So we're very proud of that. For the next 2 bullets, I do have more slides and a deeper dive into offering free health promoting items through our vending machines and our heightened efforts in opioid fentanyl abuse, which I can touch on. And then we have our community health outreach workers, which served our at-risk residents. We served 450 families and made 850 referrals, and those referrals were connections to services like housing, employment, utilities, and food. This is just a slide of some of our work in action and highlighting some of our programs for you. And our project highlight is our health promoting vending machines. We have 6 locations, and we're also working with Delta College to add vending machines to their site. They include things like hand sanitizer, wipes, COVID test kits, and our opioid highlight, which is our Narcan, which is also distributed in these machines. These are free of cost, and we'll distribute based on your request, what you're asking for. This effort was highlighted by the California Department of Public Health, and we're asked to present at the County Health Executives Association of California. They have an annual conference, and we will be presenting the work there as a poster child for other counties to replicate the work. This slide is just a reminder of, and you will see more in the actual annual report that will be published online, but while doing all the other exceptional work, we are following over 80 reportable diseases and conditions and continue to diligently monitor and respond to these. This is just an example of 2, but of course there's 80 in total. And then moving forward to this year, we're looking forward to operationalizing our street van and then expanding our opioid safety efforts through the Opioid Abatement Settlement Fund. We're embedding health equity into practice, and we continue our efforts to control tuberculosis, specifically latent TB. We are focusing on provider detailing to treat latent TB cases before they become active. So just an upstream approach to kind of tackle the tuberculosis rates in our county. And then lastly, we are starting our community health needs assessment and community health improvement plan. This is a countywide collaborative approach to looking at the community's needs. We were asked to speak on this nationally because of our collaborative efforts with our managed care plans, which are now a statewide mandate, but we've been doing for years. So we're happy to kind of show best practices in approaching the community health needs assessment. So we speak on that to other counties and kind of mentor other counties on how to approach that. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to presenting next year's report.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very informative. Just 2 quick questions. One of valley fever. Is it true that those who I don't care who wants to answer the question, but those who have lived here most of their life have at one time had valley fever or would test positive for it?
I believe it's cyclical, so it comes at certain different seasons.
Right.
You can get it more than once.
Okay.
But it's disturbing farming dirt and get.
Yeah, I know how it's that, but like I had my old partner, he got valley fever, almost killed him. And then, there was people that they say it doesn't hardly even affect. So I was just wondering. And also, last question, and I just saw something on a commercial on the TV about hepatitis C. Is there a cure for that now? I know it used to just be treated, and some would get cured, some.
You can get cured, but then you can get reinfected. So.
That's exactly right.
So it's not a death sentence like it used to be.
Not anymore.
All right, cool. That's good to know. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell, did you want to speak?
Yes, I just had a question. So I was kind of distraught when we did the van, the mobile van for the vaccinations, and then somebody already said we already have one. So is that one busy enough? Remember the grant funding that we declined? And I was thinking, oh my God, that this could actually help in the community, but we already have one van and this was possibly a second. So is there another need for that second van? I mean, could we be doing better work? I mean, because that was kind of one of the concerns when we didn't vote for it.
We're going to operationalize the first. We have some standards we need to meet with the first in order to get a second, but we're hoping to get a second.
Okay, so that's going forward. I mean, the first one, so can you explain that? Because the outreach van,
so there were different.
Busy, what are they doing? I mean, obviously.
There are different funding sources, but the van you just saw just came online. We're looking for a second funding source, but I know Renee and I have been looking during our budget submission. Do we want to go forward now or wait? But I think to her point, we want to prove it out to make sure there's a need. The funding source that we had, the urgency has been relaxed a bit. We have until June of 2026 to actually use that funding stream. But I think right now we're pausing, operationalizing the van that we do have and considering other needs and if that's appropriate use of spending money for a second van or not.
Because, I mean, there's a big disconnect, right? People say, hey, get your vaccinations, and then the people don't get them, right? What's the rationale?
Well, the van will also be used for like the testing that we do, like STD testing and things, to try and get to people who can't get to us so that we can make sure that they're connected to treatment. So it's not just like for vaccinations. That is something that's available, but it's more like trying to make sure we can contain communicable disease.
Okay.
And or find out if they are testing positive and things like that.
Okay, so it's broader. It's not just out doing immunizations in the community, because I think that's part of the problem is if you go to people, that the likelihood that them doing it, I mean, with the mammography, obviously is part of it through the health plan. I mean, those are, because people aren't going to get this done. So if we can bring it to them, isn't that part of the?
Correct. Going to meeting the clients where they're at, if that's a homeless encampment, a Margaret Farm working community, and it goes beyond vaccines. But we had a triad project a couple of years ago that was funded by HealthNet, and we did not just seasonal influenza vaccine, but we did as warranted HIV testing, Hep C testing, other testing in the community to find disease before it can spread.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Like to speak? See none. It's time to open public comment. Anyone like to address the board? I see no one. I'll close public comment. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we do have a scheduled afternoon. We have to conduct an interview for the appointment of one position of the Housing Authority Board, position number 3602 for the term of March 29, 2024 through March 29, 2028. Ms. Morello.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, and if I can ask, I know it's Mr. Lester Patrick and Mr. Is it Renard Kumerly? Is it? I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is it Kumerly? Kumerl? I'm sorry. Kumerla. Okay. All right. So before we get started, let me just explain how the process will go. The interview will consist of an opening statement, then followed by a series of 4 questions and a closing statement. And the order has been pre-selected using random.org to generate a random order for the candidates to begin. We will then alternate the order of applicants for each question thereafter. and the questions will be shown on the screen for your reference. And we'll go ahead and get started with Mr. Kummerle. If you could step up and please provide the board with an opening statement of why you feel you are best suited for the position.
Yeah, greetings. I have no special skills to apply to this. I recently retired, or a few years ago retired, and basically just as a matter of public service, wanted to find a place where I could volunteer my time and whatever skills that I might have to apply to these positions. A few months, or about a year ago, I called the county clerk and just put the question to her, how do I do this? Because basically I'm ignorant of all of this process. And by the way, it's fascinating watching this. Last night I was watching an NBA game and I was excited watching that, and I'm contrasting this meeting with that, and you guys are not exciting, but especially the housing board conversation was very interesting, so I found it fascinating. But in any case, just briefly, I'm local, I'm resident, I'm married 30 years. Let's see, I'm a small business person, or I was until I retired, so I ran several small businesses. I don't think I ever had more than 8 employees. I think I'm thoughtful. I think I'm deliberative in my process of working through problems and understanding and analyzing things. I think I communicate fairly well. I think I understand interplay between different peoples in community-like environments. One of the first thing I did was join my local HOA, so I've been on the local HOA board, which obviously doesn't compare with the complexity of what goes on at these meetings, or presumably in the housing authority, but it was a start. I understand that the other person here has already been incumbent, and if he's doing a wonderful job, I would suggest recommending him. If that's the case, though, then I will continue to apply to other positions locally, just on a purely volunteer basis. But in any case, I'm ready to go through whatever the process is here.
Thank you. If you will let Mr. Patrick, whatever you're comfortable with, and we're going to switch off every question. But if Mr. Patrick, if you could go ahead with an opening statement.
Sure. Good afternoon, and my name is Lester Patrick, and I am the incumbent. And I've been a commissioner now since March of 2016. As the incumbent, I bring a special advantage to the position in the form of familiarity with the housing authority. I have a good working knowledge, for example, of the policies governing the housing authority, because I have been involved with commenting on and approving the policies of the housing authorities since I've been appointed. I have a good working knowledge also of the housing authority's reporting system, because we use those reports to monitor the operations of the organization. I also have experience as a commissioner reviewing and analyzing and approving contracts, approving union contracts, including employee salary and benefit packages, retirement, other housing authority employee-related items, as well as other contracts that the housing authority needs to approve. So these are some of the activities that demonstrate my effectiveness in monitoring and oversight, and I'm sure that you would agree that monitoring and oversight is one of the most important responsibilities of a commissioner of the housing authority, or any commissioner in these roles. I have also served on other boards in the community, such as I currently serve on the board of Family Resource Referral as a director, board of directors for Family Resource and Referral. And I also served on the Citizen Oversight Committee at San Joaquin Delta College, doing some of the same activities. That has also given me more experience monitoring and oversight. Again, all of those activities are really important. But I will, and also draw from my experience at the Department of Veteran Affairs by bringing firsthand experience navigating government agencies while serving disadvantaged populations such as we have to do now, and observing sound ethic principles. And the familiarity with HUD programs, for example, some of the most common ones, such as the rental assistance program, the public and subsidized housing program, family self-sufficiency program, the moving to work program, and a host of others that we don't have time. But I'll wrap it up by saying I should also add that I'm a member of NARA, the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, commonly referred to as NARA, and I've attained a housing commissioner's certification by attending and completing appropriate classes offered by NARA. And I'll stop there because that's my opening statement.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go ahead and get started with the questions. And just to let you know, each candidate will have 3 minutes to respond to each question. Okay? And because we're going to alternate, we'll start this one with Mr. Patrick.
Oh.
So you may have answered some, but what is your vision for a housing authority in the community, and what are your ideas related to affordable housing?
Well, obviously, I just witnessed the discussion about homelessness. We can't have any discussion about housing without talking about homelessness, combating homelessness. So as the housing authority, our primary role is to supply housing for those who don't have housing, for low income, affordable housing. So what we have been doing, and I'll share some of these things with you to combat homelessness. The first project I will highlight or bring to your attention is the Park Center project that we're going to be breaking ground on April the 3rd that you all have been invited to. And this is a partnership between San Joaquin County, Behavioral Health Services. And it's going to provide 51 units for homeless individuals experiencing mental health issues and homelessness. Then there's also Cottage Village that we have completed, 41 bedroom units funded with low income tax credits, contributed some funds contributed by the county, the city, and permanent financing. And they also receive housing choice project-based vouchers. They're subsidized in that way. There's a Calaveras Quarters, and you're probably aware of this, which is the Motel 6 conversion that we're going to bring online the end of the summer or the beginning of the fall. And that's going to give us 69 units for at-risk families and transition age units, youth rather. The Sonora Square, there's Victory Gardens, Crossroad Residence, and a host of others. So the bottom line is that we provide public housing, and we have plans of doing more, and hopefully I'll be able to share with you some of the other things that we have coming down the pipes, depending obviously upon funding availability. But I see us doing more of what we already do. Also helping to make tenants as equipped as possible to be able to leave public housing. Because one of the things that we always need to be concerned about is that public housing is not meant to be a lifetime.
Okay,
Okay.
that's time. And if you take a look at that light right over there, it'll be green, it'll turn yellow when you have 30 seconds, and then it turns red.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just to kind of keep that in mind.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem. Okay, and same question, Mr. Kummerle. What is your vision for a housing authority in the community, and what are your ideas related to affordable housing?
Well, this will be real easy because I have no experience. I was very impressed by the presentation he gave. He's obviously very knowledgeable about the subject matter.
Thank you.
But I can't give a long speech on what my vision or views are regarding this matter because, again, I simply don't have any experience. But just to spend a little bit of time, not a lot of time, referring to maybe the way my thought process works, listening to the discussion that happened here at this table, I don't know, about 45 minutes ago with regard to homelessness. And I think Robert Rickman was questioning how we audit expenditures, input, output, and how would we best do that. He was thinking of maybe hiring a software company to write an app that would monitor this. One idea I had was that, this is San Joaquin County is a large county. There's obviously a lot of things in process, in existence, and is it possible that this software exists somewhere within the county already? And this may be totally naive because, again, I'm not knowledgeable about what you all do. Or equivalently, you could go to Stanislaus or Sacramento County. Presumably, they have the same types of concerns and things that they're looking at that we do here in San Joaquin. Seems to me like you could save a lot of money by finding whoever wrote the same, program to monitor, to have metrics to determine whether or not we're expending our resources profitably. With the existing system, you could look at the software program that's available in some other community that's actually functional, assuming that they have such a thing. But even if they don't, there's some county nearby us that probably does. That would be a way to minimize costs, and you also then have a system that's in place that could be pre-evaluated. One of the problems with software is enterprise-level software is that it's difficult to evaluate and it takes several years actually to implement, and then you don't know what you have. So that's just representative of the way I think about things, sort of pragmatic, and that's how I would apply myself to this position. That's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to number 2. So, Mr. Kummerle, as affordable housing and homelessness are in crisis in California, what are your thoughts on producing more affordable housing? Do you have insight as to the type of housing needed and populations to be served?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick? Same question.
Yes. We need affordable housing. One of the things, and you may already be aware of this, but 16% of Californians live below the poverty line. That equates to roughly 1.8 million children and 900,000 seniors. But only about 1 million of those actually get any kind of rental assistance for housing. In addition to that, and we just covered a little bit of this earlier, about 30% of all the nation's homeless live here in California. About 30%. There's over 120,000 unsheltered homeless who live here. So again, my focus is on supporting getting more housing. One of the ways that we do that is to seek more funding, for example, for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, because a Housing Choice Voucher Program is a very, very useful tool to assist with housing. For example, during the pandemic, and actually after the pandemic as well, we were able to implement emergency housing vouchers to 198 individuals and families experiencing homelessness. So we need more of those. We need the Family Unification Program vouchers. We were able to, and these are vouchers that assist families who have had children moved, taken away from them because they don't have adequate housing to support them. We were able to help 74 families along those lines. And the HUD-VASH vouchers for veterans. We were able to administer 260 vouchers for homeless veterans alone. And additionally, we were able to do or support 484 units of affordable housing throughout the county serving homeless families. And I would say that we need low-income housing, we need mixed income housing, we need housing for kids who might be aging out of foster care as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, moving on to question number 3. Mr. Patrick, we're going to start with you again. As the Housing Authority has transitioned to an active, affordable developer, what additional roles do you feel are relevant for the Housing Authority in San Joaquin County? Are there other roles that you think the Housing Authority is well positioned to perform?
Yes. One of the things I mentioned earlier, our tenants need a lot of assistance, and we should always have a goal when a person comes into public housing of providing them with vehicles to leave. So the more services that we can give them, the better or the more apt that is to happen. So some of the things such as the self-sufficiency program gives people the opportunity to take advantage of education and ability to be able to prepare themselves to go to work. We have the moving to work programs, for example, that allows the Housing Authority to combine funding sources such as funding that previously designated for just capital expenses, but you can combine capital expense funding and operating expenses and what have you. And those things, those type programs go a long ways to helping to assist. We do a lot of things like education. We have built 2 schools, and we did this because we recognized that some kids in certain areas simply were not reading at grade level. But in addition to that, we have also recently implemented a program whereby we're in the process, I should say, of implementing a program. We kicked it off back in January, whereby we were able to put EVs at different housing facilities to give tenants the ability to be able to rent a car at will, to do things like go to school, pick up groceries, and run other errands. Did I hear the?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Oh,
probably 25.
Okay. But those are some of the things that I would say that we can do some of the things we're already doing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Comerly, same question. As the Housing Authority has transitioned to an active, affordable developer, what additional roles do you feel are relevant for the Housing Authority in San Joaquin County? Are there other roles that you think the Housing Authority is well positioned to perform?
Well, as I said before, I'm ignorant of the details involved here, so I can't really make a proper assessment. I can make some general statements. One thing is that I would question the premise of the question. You know, the more roles you take on, the more you dilute the process. So that's in line with, again, the discussion of the homeless problem. Listening to that discussion, I was overwhelmed by the complexity of the issues. Not even knowing all of the details that you guys are apprised of, just overwhelmed by the amount of detail just presented here in this public forum, without even getting into the paperwork and all of the, you know, the written codicils of everything involved. I was overwhelmed. So I think there's a general tendency to when you set up an institution to disperse your activities and apportion your activities across many different fields and dilute the actual initial process. And that just in and of itself might be a mistake. So that's a general comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And question number 4, Mr. Comerly, please share a little about your background that you believe is an asset in the position of a Housing Authority Commissioner.
I've been married for 30 years, and my wife and I have argued back and forth, and yet we've managed to keep it together. I don't think that's a trivial thing. I think there's some profundity there, okay, because 30 years is quite an accomplishment. When I look around at the people around me, just in my daily life, it's like, you know, I know 1 or 2 people who've done the same thing, and that speaks to personal character, where, you know, you can overcome diversity and basically I've reformulated myself several times in order to accommodate myself to the changing creature that is my wife, okay? And I think that implies a certain flexibility of mind and thought. And so, like, it's, you know, I know it sounds trivial, but I think it has some deep implications. You know, in my businesses, I've worked with other people, and I think of myself as very pragmatic in my thought process, and I think that's a bonus. But I also think of myself as prioritizing things like efficiency and, like I mentioned earlier, complex processes that get out of hand, they're inefficient. It's how you lose money, because you can no longer track what you're doing. And I think that's a general statement. That's probably true, but it's something that I've learned in my life, you know, running a small business. I don't know. I'm deliberative, I think. I research things. So I think these are all to the benefit. I could probably go on, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick, please share a little about your background that you believe is an asset in the position of a Housing Authority Commissioner.
Sure. One of the things that I should have said earlier, that I'll say now, is that it's really important that the Housing Authority advocate for housing. That's a critical thing that needs to be done in all situations. And as a member of NARA, the National Association of the Housing and Redevelopment Officials, every year we go back to Washington, D.C., and we advocate for low-income housing and policies that impact low-income housing. So advocacy is one of the things that, in my background, my current background as a commissioner. Also, I should also add that I've been married for 49 years. 49 years. I've lived here in Stockton since the late 70s. And since that time, I have been active in the community. I have implemented a mentoring program, for example, for at least 13 years, up until the pandemic. I have a background, a governmental background, 42 years of government, federal government. And that, you know, takes a lot of effort to remain on three different agencies, but still for the federal government. I think that's a plus. I have 2 master's degrees and some certifications, and I have been a professor at 2 colleges, a professor of information technology. Those are some, and I love to do things, volunteer my time, and to give service to those who need my help.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so that brings us to the closing statements. And Mr. Patrick, we'll start with you if you'd like to provide a closing statement.
Sure. Well, I'll keep it short. In summary, in closing, I'm very excited about the things that we have done at the Housing Authority. I'm very excited about the things that we're in the process of doing, the things that we have on the drawing boards currently that I didn't get a chance to share. But I'm equally as excited about just the possibility of being able to come in here today and to apply for reassignment, not reassignment, but reappointment to this position. And that's all I need to say, I guess, at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Comerle, would you like?
Yeah, Mr. Patrick is obviously eminently qualified. He's been married longer than I have been. So I would totally understand if you reappoint him. It seems appropriate to me. If that's the case, I can easily live with that. And I'll just continue to seek opportunities to serve in a public capacity. If you choose to elect me in any case, I'll work hard and see if I can help out. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chairman and the
Okay.
board for any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Well, Mr. Cumberland, I can tell you that you want to serve the county, and I can definitely keep an eye out for you. I think Mr. Patrick's done a great job, in my opinion, and he seems like he's been there. And
actually, I'd appreciate that if any of you all have suggestions for how I could
absolutely.
continue in the process.
We'll ask the clerk of the board for your phone number, and
Great.
when something arises, I will definitely keep you in mind on my behalf. And I know my other supervisors have other positions available in some of their commissions in their districts.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I appreciate you coming down today and interview today. I think you did wonderful.
Thank you.
Any other one? Oh, I have 2 speakers here. Mr. Gallo? Okay, not you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just real briefly to that point, the next process going forward isn't difficult with the interviews. Oftentimes we have positions available throughout the county where you can be appointed in the board. It's just a consent. So it's not always going to be questions and being grilled. So we appreciate your willingness to step forward. Just want to get involved and be part of your community. It really goes a long way, and we need citizens to do exactly that. So thank you and appreciate it. Mr. Patrick, thank you for the continuity and the willingness to continue serving. Very nice interview. Good to see you. Oftentimes you guys all work in autonomy, and we don't get a chance to shake hands and say hello or thank you, but we appreciate that dedication to our county.
Thank you
Chair.
for those comments.
Supervisor Ding.
I was just interested, you said you were interested. What supervisor district do you live in?
I'm in Lincoln Village West.
Okay. All All right, thank
You're
you.
you're unlucky. You're,
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Patton.
yeah. Anyone else?
Through the chair,
Yes.
we can reach out to Mr. Kamirli if he's not appointed today and work with what positions might be available either in District 3 or
Perfect.
countywide.
Perfect. So, well, thank you so much for coming down, sir. Mr. Pat, congratulations.
Thank
Do we need
you.
a motion? Do we need a motion? Yes, we do. We need a motion to reinstate, not reinstate, but.
Move to
County
approve.
Council has something to say?
County Council, do you have?
I was just responding in the affirmative. You need a motion in order to
Yeah,
make the
we get a
appointment.
motion, please.
Move to approve Mr. Patrick for continuing his service.
That's a first and a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And it's 5-0. Congratulations, sir. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
I hope you don't feel bad with me applying for the
Oh,
same
no, I
position.
think you did an excellent job.
I'm selling a phone.
Well, I'm glad
I'm
you got
selling
it.
a phone. I don't. Somebody left it on my desk. I need 2 drinks. Okay, we do have supervisor comments. Who would like to go first?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just out of an abundance of caution, if you could call the matter of on the agenda of the CDD, the public hearing. I just want to put something on the record.
Okay.
Okay, and so on the record, I wanted to indicate that the clerk of the board received a email from, it looks like counsel for the appellant in that appeal hearing. We'll submit that email into the record, but in substance it indicates, please be advised that Negley Burke Irrigation District has decided to withdraw its appeal regarding project PA-2100238. That's 2100238. So I just want to make that note, and that is the end. That's the only thing that needs to be done with respect to that particular appeal.
Great. Thank you very much.
And just this is a little unorthodox, but could we take a brief recess? I want to talk to you just for a moment. There's a development that we may want to go back into closed session very quickly on.
Okay, we're going to take a 3-minute recess, 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, the board is going to recess to closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report? We're in a closed session?
I anticipate there'll be something to report out.
Great, thank you. It'll be 5 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, see you soon. Session.
Sure. I just wanted to announce and congratulate Sandy Regala. She's been offered the interim county administrator position and has accepted it. And so that was a new development.
Great. Well, I'll be one of the first ones to say, Sandy, congratulations. I know you're going to do a wonderful job. Looking forward to working with you the rest of this year. And unfortunately, when I leave, you have to work with these gentlemen here, and I'm sorry I have to leave you with them. I'm joking. Supervisor Petty?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Sandy, and by the way, it's appointment is interim with full authority. So we have trust, faith. I appreciate the 10 years plus just here in San Joaquin County, but the depth of your involvement, the knowledge, the way you're respected in other counties that you worked at in the past, calling on you, getting answers, being as responsive as you are, and really taking a dive and providing information that's helpful and informative. I could not be happier than to have someone like you serving and working with us at this time. So thank you very much for stepping right up, and the diligence, the hard work that you've already put in makes you most suited to be in the position you are right now. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, congratulations. And, we did vote that you only have to answer to District 1, 2, 4, and 5. So, no, hey, you're very well qualified. You're very, very knowledgeable. And I look forward to working with you for the next few months.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I'm sitting here pressing my mouse and it's not working. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We've talked about this. Communication is key. You've got a very active board that we really want to move this ball along, a very aggressive board that I'm very proud of. And you're the person for the job right now. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, that wraps it up. Maybe we have I'm joking. Supervisor Campbell.
Last but not least, right? Last but not least, no, congratulations. Thanks for putting up with me. I always come at you with tons of questions before board days, and I appreciate you helping me and making me a better supervisor. It means a lot to me. So thanks for taking the throne. On a side note, I became a grandparent last Saturday. So Callie Lynn wins. So my list of attending things it was not as long, obviously, because I sometimes right haters no. But also I attended the policymakers little conference at Yosemite, and we need to report that out. So also met with Lou Myers on the EMS. He had questions, and they came and briefed us on where they're at and figuring that out. But yes, pretty proud to be a grandpa. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. And first off, absolutely 100%, the family, for the Canepa family is grown by one. Beautiful little princess has entered the family in this world to the loving arms of a wonderful family. And that legacy continues. So congratulations in all sincerity. They're just absolutely wonderful news. I have one thing to report. Yesterday, March 25th, was National Medal of Honor Day here in San Joaquin County. We're very fortunate to have Master Sergeant Richard Pittman, who served in the United States Marine Corps and earned the Medal of Honor. He lives amongst us. And to have this new French Camp VA medical facility named after him, we have this opportunity to remember this hero and this day. So to all of our Medal of Honor recipients in San Joaquin County, throughout the state of California, this great country, we are indebted to you. So thank you and in honor of them.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, congratulations to the Canepa family. Yeah, we all, who was it? Patty, Miguel, and myself, and Canepa did the policymaker. So don't make it sound like just you. I was just recording. I'm just joking. We had a good time, and it's learned a lot. Couple of things. Last night, I attended the Sister City Association of Tracy to say goodbye to some of our students from our Sister City Memorial, Japan. And we have our students here in Tracy are going to Japan in June. If your city has a Sister City program, I mean, I would check it out, and it's a fabulous program. To share in cultures, and I know my daughter, when she was younger, went to Japan, and she just absolutely loved it. Still talks about it today. So it's a great program. Check it out and get involved. I want to say happy Holi. We had some Holi festivals in Tracy, and one in Mountain House and one in Tracy, and it's the Holi Festival, the Festival of Colors. Great time, and I think that will just keep it at that. So thank you, everybody, and keep up the good work.
Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. Last night, a couple of us attended a political event to sign Proposition 40, or to sign a proclamation, I guess, to a ballot initiative to put it on to overturn Proposition 47, which I think is very important. Hats off to District Attorney for getting the ball rolling, and hopefully maybe we'll pass a resolution in support of this if we go through the right channels, maybe through, I'm sure our county council will figure out how to do that. Thank you to congratulations to the Canepa. I can't speak anymore. Congratulations to the Canepa family. On Saturday was the Easter egg hunt for county employees. I let everybody know that Paul Canepa just didn't feel like showing up or anything else. But no, they were all asking about you. So I let them know exactly where you were at.
Okay, that means we'll see you guys.
I want to say real quick, Chairman, Happy Easter before I forget. Good luck finding the golden egg.
Happy Easter, everybody. Thank you.
You